Chapter 5:13 Death. Right when the old man was about to leave, the black vortex that was gradually swallowing Yang Yi up had suddenly stopped revolving. After that, the old man watched with shock as a middle-aged man in imperial robes walked out slowly from within the black vortex. Moreover, the middle-aged man was holding Yang Yi, who had a slightly pale countenance. The Demon Emperor. The old man's pupils constricted. He didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. He didn't choose to tear space open and flee because doing that in front of the Demon Emperor would speed up his death. "You're trying to flee now?" The Demon Emperor grunted coldly as he suddenly clenched his right hand towards the old man who was already 3 kilometers away. The old man's figure instantly stopped on the spot while the space around him started overlapping and warping in layers. The old man was horrified by this scene. The formidable and mysterious energy of space around him was actually impossible for the old man to resist. Only at this moment did he realize exactly how terrifying this Demon Emperor, who was renowned throughout the continent, was. "Demon Emperor, stop and wait a moment!" Right at this moment, Xian Zhao's anxious voice resounded, yet his figure was over 500 kilometers away. "Stop?" The Demon Emperor grunted coldly, and then he squeezed his right fist even more tightly together. Bang! The space that trapped the old man was instantly blasted apart. The old man didn't die, but he was on the verge of it. The Demon Emperor pulled and pushed with his right hand, and then a terrifying spatial rift appeared behind the old man. After that, the Demon Emperor pushed swiftly, and a shrill cry resounded from the old man as he was directly pushed into the spatial rift. The Demon Emperor flicked his right hand, and then the spatial rift was instantly sealed. The spatial rift, the spatial vortex, the old man, everything had vanished. Yang Yi felt like something was about to surge out from his heart when he witnessed this scene. What was strength like? That was the epitome of it. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaozi appeared not too far away from the Demon Emperor, and his eyes instantly turned red once he swept the surroundings with his gaze. He knew that Elder Xian Gong had been completely annihilated. That was a Monarch Realm expert. It wasn't an Exalt Realm expert but a Monarch Realm expert. Even the Ascension sect couldn't afford to lose one. Xian Xiaozi gazed at the Demon Emperor and spoke in a ghastly tone. "Demon Emperor, haven't you gone a little too far? This is the human world," the Demon Emperor said. "I know it's the human world. Xian Xiaozi, I've announced that Yang Yi belongs to my demon race, and the agreement between the 3 races are in effect towards him. However, your Ascension sect has still sent a Monarch Realm expert against him. Since you violated the agreement first, then is it wrong for me to make a move? Alright, let's get to the point. Xian Xiaozi, feel free to attack if you want to avenge that elder of your sect. Let me see if you're still as weak as you were a few hundred years ago." Xian Zhao's face twitched while flames of rage burned in his eyes. However, he didn't dare to attack. Only a few people throughout the continent were a match for the Demon Emperor, and that didn't include him. He was very clearly aware that the Demon Emperor wouldn't hesitate to kill him if he dared to attack. After all, he would have given the Demon Emperor an excuse to do so. Xian Xiaozi took a deep glance at the Demon Emperor, and then he glanced at Yang Yi before his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. The Demon Emperor turned around to size up Yang Yi with a shocked gaze. He said, "9th level sword intent. You've actually attained 9th level sword intent." He was very shocked in his heart. After all, Yang Yi had just attained the 8th level of sword intent not too long ago. Yet now, Yang Yi had actually attained the 9th level. Isn't such natural talent in the Sword Dao a little too terrifying? It was just luck. Yang Yi revealed a rare moment of modesty. The Demon Emperor shook his head and said, "You're an even more monstrous genius than I imagined. But your cultivation is too low. The Central Territory is still very dangerous to you at such a realm of cultivation." As he spoke, the Demon Emperor withdrew a crystalline and translucent fruit, and he passed it to Yang Yi as he said, "This is a spirit fountain fruit, and it's very beneficial to human profoundus. Consume it. It'll help you with it this time." "This will be able to improve my cultivation?" asked Yang Yi. The Demon Emperor nodded and said, You don't have to worry about any side effects. Your foundation is very solid, and your profound energy is extremely condensed as well. Not to mention advancing by a few ranks of cultivation, it's even not a problem for you to advance into the exalt realm. But that isn't necessary. You wouldn't be able to adapt if you advanced too quickly, so it isn't worth it. Yan Yi didn't hesitate for a moment longer. He took the fruit and swallowed it. In an instant, the profound energy within his body started surging violently. It seemed like his profound energy had been stimulated, and it surged madly through his meridians. Yan Yi hurriedly sat down cross-legged and guided this profound energy through his body. The Demon Emperor revealed praise in his eyes as he gazed at Yan Yi. They were in a world where strength was respected. If Yan Yi didn't possess potential, then he wouldn't have hesitated to kill Yan Yi that day even if the Undertaker was Yan Yi's master. Because he didn't want his daughter to be with a human, and it would be worse if that human wasn't strong. Fortunately, even though Yan Yi didn't possess sufficient strength yet, Yan Yi had potential. It was exactly out of consideration for Yan Yi's potential that Head stepped forward to protect Yan Yi. Of course, he knew that Yan Yi would be fine even if he didn't lend a hand. Because not to mention anyone else, even he was quite fearful of the Undertaker. Even though he hadn't fought the Undertaker, he was very clearly aware that the Undertaker's strength was absolutely not inferior to his own. Yan Yi was the Undertaker's disciple, so the Demon Emperor refused to believe that the old man wouldn't lend a hand if Yan Yi really did encounter danger that threatened his life. It was just that realistic. If someone didn't have value, then would anyone attach importance to that person? Not to mention an outsider, even that person's own family might not. Along with the gradual passage of time, the fluctuation of energy around Yan Yi grew increasingly stronger. In the end, Yan Yi was like a vortex that caused countless strands of energy to surge madly towards him. After the energy entered his body, Yan Yi hurriedly compressed and refined the energy. It wasn't a problem in the beginning, but as more and more energy surged into him from the outside world while the spirit fountain fruit within him ceaselessly emanated energy, it became quite strenuous for him. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor lent him a hand at the critical moment. The Demon Emperor placed his palm on the top of Yan Yi's head, and then a strand of energy flowed slowly into Yan Yi's body. The Demon Emperor was helping Yan Yi compress the profound energy within his body so that it became even more condensed and pure. 2 hours passed just like that, and then Yan Yi's eyes opened slowly while a deep expression of happiness could be seen within them. The 7th rank of the spirit realm. Yan Yi hadn't expected that he would actually improve by 3 ranks in one go and attain the 7th rank of the spirit realm. With the current density and volume of his profound energy, he could swing Void Flash for 6 times, at least. Moreover, it wouldn't exhaust all his profound energy. Yan Yi was almost unable to restrain his desire to laugh when he felt the improvement of his strength. Your foundation is very solid, and the profound energy within you is condensed extremely well. Actually, it's even possible for you to rise to the 9th rank of the spirit realm, but that would make your profound energy slightly thin. Moreover, there would probably be a flaw in your mental state. So, your cultivation could only be improved until the 7th rank of the spirit realm. Such a realm of cultivation won't affect you at all, said the Demon Emperor. Thank you, Senior. Yan Yi spoke sincerely. If he hadn't had the Demon Emperor's help to compress his profound energy, then not only would it be impossible for him to advance by 3 ranks of cultivation in one go, he wouldn't even dare to give it a try. Perhaps an unstable foundation didn't make much difference to him now, but it would be extremely lethal to his future growth. The Demon Emperor grinned and said, I've concealed the aura of your cultivation just now. So, unless it's a monarch realm expert, otherwise, others would be unable to see through your current realm of cultivation. As always, if you can't survive in the human world anymore, then come to the demon territory. With the strength you possess, you can move unhindered even through the demon territory. Yan Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he said, Senior, how's the little fellow? Zir is still receiving her inheritance, but she should be done soon. The Demon Emperor said, However, I won't allow her to come to the human world. You should be aware that if she did come to human world, then many people would target her because of her identity. Moreover, you have the whole world as your enemy already, so I really can't rest at ease if she were to be by your side. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, I was actually thinking of seeing her. You'll have the chance to. The Demon Emperor smiled and said, The important matter at hand is to improve your strength as soon as possible and stop Luo Jun from obtaining the world portrait within the Saint Ruins. If he obtains the inheritance or world portrait within the ruins, then it would absolutely be a calamity to the Southern Territory. Alright, I have to leave, or many old goats wouldn't be able to sit still anymore. I've left a trace of demon energy within you, and it'll be there as soon as possible if a Monarch Realm expert were to attack you. As soon as he finished speaking, the space where the Demon Emperor stood warped, and then he vanished on the spot. The Exalt Realm! Yan Yi chuckled. He was just about to leave when he suddenly frowned and said, How did she find me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi's figure flickered a few times and vanished on the spot. On the other side, the veiled woman who was dashing swiftly had suddenly stopped moving, and then she gazed at the forest in the distance and said, Show yourself. Perhaps we can discuss some things. Yan Yi frowned while he stood behind one of the trees. He knew that Shed noticed him. He was very curious about how she noticed him. So, he appeared before her while carrying those questions in his heart, and he said, Discuss what? Is there anything left to discuss between me and the Exalted Han Empire? I'm really very curious. It isn't the Exalted Han Empire but the Third Prince, said the veiled woman. The Third Prince? The veiled woman nodded and said, The Emperor has numerous princes, and the Third Prince is one of them. Yang Yi said, Isn't it Luo Jun and the Emperor of your Exalted Han Empire that are in control of the Empire now? That's exactly why we have to talk, said the veiled woman. Yang Yi said, I roughly understand the intentions of that Third Prince of yours. It's none other than he refuses to submit to Luo Jun and wants to revolt. So all of you intend to use me to do that, right? The veiled woman said, After Luo Jun obtained the title of Mortal Emperor, the so-called competition between the princes became meaningless. Everyone chose Luo Jun. Even the Emperor had no choice but to choose Luo Jun. However, that's very unfair to many princes in the Empire. Since it's unfair, then there will be resistance. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yang Yi, it's a win-win situation if you work together with the Third Prince. Oh? Yang Yi chuckled and said, I'm quite interested now. But I'm also very curious. What can that Third Prince of yours give me? And what do I need to do for him? The veiled woman raised her hand slowly and removed her veil. Behind it was a peerlessly gorgeous appearance. She said, I heard that you're very fond of beautiful women. I think that I'm quite beautiful myself. The Third Prince had ordered that if you agree to work together with him, then I will be yours. Fuck. Yang Yi couldn't stop himself from cursing. Who the fuck has been spreading rumors about me being fond of beautiful women? Chapter 514. A deal? The woman was very beautiful, and she could at least be ranked in the top 5 of all the women Yang Yi knew. Yang Yi said, I admit that you're very beautiful, and any man would be tempted by your beauty. At the very, their bodies would be tempted. However, I'm not interested in used things. Moreover, you're actually using lust to tempt me. That's simply like an insult to my intelligence. Am I even such a person? Let me be frank, if you are the so-called sincerity that your lord wishes to show me, then there's no need for us to waste our breaths with each other anymore. Are you that confident in your ability to kill me? The woman's voice was very calm, and she seemed to not mind Yang Yi's words at all. Want to give it a try? Said Yang Yi. The woman fell silent for a short while before she said, If nothing unexpected happens, then Grand General Junhua who Luo Jun sent to conquer the West would succeed in this month itself, and the Western Territory would fall into Luo Jun's hands. At that time, he'll obtain imperial karmic luck, and then even Exalt Realm experts would be like ants before him while he has the Mortal Emperor's sword in his hands. If even the world portrait falls into his hands, then no one will be able to stop him from becoming the king of the human race. Yang Yi gazed at the woman and waited for her to continue. The woman said, "We have forces at the wilds, but our forces are utterly incapable of going against Luo Jun. Because Luo Jun had 5 ninth rank Exalt Realm experts, and 10 5th rank Exalt Realm experts by his side. These 15 Exalt Realm experts are those with absolutely solid foundations. They've either risen to their realms of cultivation by climbing over mountains of corpses or had been fostered from the cruel training of the Empire." "What are you trying to say?" said Yang Yi. The woman said, "Even if you arrive at the wilds, you'll have no choice but to flee when facing so many experts who are on Luo Jun's side. We have no choice but to work together. Only by working together would we be able to go against Luo Jun. It's our only choice because the forces of any one of our sides isn't sufficient to resist Luo Jun on our own." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "You should be aware of my intentions, and it's to stop Luo Jun from obtaining the world portrait. In other words, our objectives are the same even if we don't work together. So, I presume you didn't just ask to work together with me just for this. I'm a straightforward person who doesn't like to beat around the bush, understand? The third prince hopes that you'll get the world portrait for him," said the woman. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled as he said, "The world portrait is a Tao artifact, yet he actually dares to ask for it. I'm really curious. What sort of compensation do you intend to give me for it? If you tell me that you are the compensation, then I can only laugh it off." The woman said, "Actually, isn't it a little too early to speak about all of that? If we obtain the world portrait ourselves or it falls into Luo Jun's hands, then it would be meaningless no matter what we promise you. We need to work together to stop Luo Jun now. At the very least, we have to work together until the world portrait has an owner. What do you think? What would we be cooperating on?" Yang Yi was quite interested. "Well, both make things difficult for Luo Jun." "What do you think?" said the woman. Yang Yi said, "How many experts do you have at the wilds?" The woman fell silent and was clearly hesitating on whether she should answer him. "This is how sincere you are on this matter?" Yang Yi mocked. 2 ninth rank Exalt Realm experts, 5 5th rank Exalt Realm experts, and 5 more Exalt Realm experts below the 5th rank," said the woman. "That little?" Yang Yi spoke without giving it any thought, and then he continued. "Luo Jun has 5 ninth rank Exalt Realm experts, but you only have 2 on your side. Aren't you courting death by going against him with such few forces? Then what about you?" The woman gazed at Yang Yi and said, "How many do you have?" Yang Yi was speechless. "Regardless of all that, working together isn't disadvantageous to both our sides, right?" said the woman. Yang Yi fell silent for a while before he said, "One last question. I've already used all sorts of methods to conceal my aura, and I've even eliminated those things that Luo Jun was using to observe me. However, the exalted Han Empire is still aware of my whereabouts. Moreover, you were able to find me as well. Can you tell me why? Or perhaps a monarch realm expert of your exalted Han Empire has made a move? No monarch realm expert has been keeping track of your location." The woman said, "Don't underestimate the exalted Han Empire's strength, especially its intelligence department. If they want to investigate the whereabouts of a person, then they'll definitely be able to find that person so long as that person is in the central territory. Because there are 3 nets throughout the territory of the exalted Han Empire. They are called the Heavenly Net, Earthly Net, and Mortal Net. These 3 nets cover the entire empire. Understand? The Heavenly Net?" Yang Yi raised his head and looked at the silver eagle amidst the clouds. That eagle should have been a part of that so-called Heavenly Net, as expected of the most ancient empire on the continent. "Looks like I have to be even more careful," the woman said. "My name is Zixuan. I'll contact you once you've arrived at the wilds. Remember not to show yourself in the territory of the exalted Han Empire because your whereabouts will be immediately exposed if you appear within the scope of its territories. So, continue on this path that you've chosen. It's quite dangerous, but it shouldn't be a problem for you." After she finished, the woman turned around. However, she seemed to have thought of something, and she continued. "Besides that, I haven't been used by anyone. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi felt speechless again. Bang! On a small path that was surrounded by swamps, Lu He and the others were ceaselessly attacking the few dozen killer crocodiles that were around them. It was fine in the beginning after they entered the swamplands, and only a few young killer crocodiles had appeared occasionally. However, for some unknown reason, the amount of killer crocodiles had suddenly increased to become a few dozen when they arrived here. After all, every single one of these young killer crocodiles were still equivalent to spirit realm profounders. All of them had suffered varying degrees of injuries from the siege of the killer crocodiles. The most severely injured were Sikong Ming and Lu He. Both of their clothes were covered in patches of blood. Obviously, they'd suffered a heavy injury. On the other hand, Lu Jianyao and Mo Qingwei were in slightly better states, and they were just in a slightly difficult position. We have probably entered into the territory of a group of killer crocodiles, otherwise, it's impossible for so many to besiege us. Mo Qingwei spoke while she fought. What should we do? The two of them might die if this continues. Lu Jianyao slashed one of the crocodiles, yet merely left a bloody mark on its body, and hadn't been able to slash it into two. The skin on these fellows are too thick. If this continues, then even we won't be able to persist for long. Lu He, Sikong Ming, both of you retreat first. Jianyao and I will stop them, said Mo Qingwei in a low voice. That won't do. Lu He shook his head and said decisively, if we were to retreat, then the two of you'll suffer the attacks of even more crocodiles. That'll kill the two of you. If we retreat, well, retreat together. As he spoke, he pounced like a madman at one of the crocodiles in front of him. Sikong Ming said, Lu He is right. If we were to retreat under such circumstances, then the two of you'll definitely die. Moreover, I, Sikong Ming, am unable to do something like abandoning my companions in order to survive. Ha ha! Lu He, Sikong Ming. I never expected that all of you would be here. We really had to look for you. Right at this moment, two men appeared around 50 m behind Lu He's group. Lu He knew one of them, Yiqing. As he watched Lu He's group being attacked by the group of crocodiles, Yiqing had a wide smile on his face as he said, Tsk. Lu He, I never expected that all of you would be in such a horrible state. Right, Senior Yun Yan, that fellow, Yi Yang, who killed the disciples of your endless sect is their companion. You only have to ask them about that fellow, Yi Yang, who you're looking for. They'll definitely know where he is. The man called Yun Yan sized up Lu He's group before he grunted coldly and said, Mere spirit realm profoundus actually dared to come to the swamplands? All of you are really courting death. Yiqing smiled and said, Senior Yun Yan, all of their backgrounds are extraordinary. That's a genius of the Clear River sect, Lu He. That's the young master of the Sikong clan, and that woman's surname is Mo. I'm just not sure if she's a member of the Mo clan. As for that female sword cultivator. When he spoke up to this point, a wisp of a cold glow flashed in Yiqing's eyes as he said, She's from the Southern Territory and seems to know Yang Yi. Senior, not only would you be able to find out about Yi Yang's whereabouts by capturing her, you might even be able to obtain information about Yang Yi's whereabouts. Oh? Yun Yan's gaze descended onto Lu Jianyao. Senior Yun, am Lu He of the Clear River sect. Senior, please lend me a hand. I'll definitely repay you generously. Lu He knew that this Exalt Realm expert of the Endless sect who appeared here abruptly was their only hope, otherwise, they would definitely be unable to hold on if the battle were to continue. You'll repay me generously? How generously? Yun Yan was filled with interest as he asked this question. Bang! Lu He smashed his fist against a crocodile. However, that crocodile swept its tail against Lu He's right shoulder while its figure was pushed back by Lu He's punch. Lu He was blasted flying by the attack. Fortunately, Sikong Ming grabbed him at the critical moment, otherwise he would have fallen into the swamp. 30 top-grade energy stones. Lu He gritted his teeth and spoke these words upon steadying his figure. That's too little. Yun Yan shook his head. The corners of Lu He's mouth twitched. When he saw 5 more crocodiles pouncing towards him, He immediately gritted his teeth and said, 80 top-grade energy stones. Senior, that's everything I have. At this moment, he felt like his heart was bleeding from the loss. Deal! The corners of Yun Yan's mouth curved up slightly, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. In less than an instant, head returned to where he stood just now, and he was holding Lu He in his hand. Lu He slumped to the ground and gasped for breath. Moreover, his face was pale and covered in terror. That feeling of being on the verge of death just now was truly too horrifying. Lu He gave the top-grade energy stones to Yun Yan, and then he seemed to have thought of something. He looked towards the distance and said, Senior, please. Yun Yan took the top-grade energy stones and laughed coldly as he interrupted Lu He and said, I only promised to save you and not them. You! Lu He wanted to say something, but Yun Yan glared fiercely at him and said, You can feel free to head over there if you want to save them. Lu He's face turned pale. His lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. Humph! A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Yun Yan's mouth. After that, he gazed at the other 3 who were holding on bitterly against the killer crocodiles, and a mocking expression filled his eyes. Chapter 5:15 The Heart of Man. Senior, I have a low-grade heaven-rank technique. It wasn't long before Si Kung-ming couldn't hold on anymore. The number of killer crocodiles around him increased steadily now that Lu He wasn't there to help him resist them. Even though Lu Jianyao and Mo Qingwei were helping as well, his strength was comparatively weaker. So, coupled with the heavy injury he had already suffered, he was truly unable to hold on any longer. The scene before his eyes flashed, and then Si Kung-ming noticed that Head left the battle and was by Yun Yan's side. Si Kung-ming didn't go back on his words, nor did he dare to right now. He immediately withdrew a scroll and passed it to Yun Yan. After that, Si Kung-ming glanced at Lu Jianyao and Mo Qingwei who were holding on bitterly, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior, please. Yun Yan waved his hand and said, Even they aren't anxious, so what are you getting anxious about? If you want to play the hero, then go over there yourself. I guarantee that I won't stop you. Si Kung-ming's face was slightly unsightly, and he was visibly struggling as he gazed at the 2 women who were being besieged by the killer crocodiles. Si Kung-ming hesitated for a long time before he sighed lightly and sat weakly on the ground, and then he withdrew some medicines to recuperate. He was very clearly aware that he wouldn't just be unable to help them if he went over there, he would become their burden instead. In the end, they were only acquaintances who had met by chances. There was disappointment in the eyes of both Lu Jianyao and Mo Qingwei. After all, it never felt nice to be abandoned. Human nature was just like a person's heart, it changed with extreme ease and couldn't be predicted at all. Moreover, it couldn't stand up to any tests, especially tests of life and death. Meanwhile, Lu He spoke abruptly. Miss Mo, is it not easy for you to produce 80 top-grade energy stones with the strength of your Mo clan? 80 top-grade energy stones? Yun Yan shook his head and laughed coldly. That isn't the price now. 500 top-grade energy stones, give me 500 top-grade energy stones and I'll lend a hand. Of course, both of you are beauties, so I wouldn't refuse to help the 2 of you if you were willing to pledge your hands in marriage to me. Senior. Yun Yan took a deep glance at Lu He who intended to speak, and then the latter's heart shook before he instantly shut his mouth. Senior, you're interested in the 2 of them? Asked Yi Cheng. Yun Yan said. Indeed I am. However, I've never liked to do things by force. Yi Cheng understood that this senior wanted the 2 of them to beg him themselves. So, once he figured this out, Yi Cheng didn't say another word. He just moved to the side and looked off into the distance. Lu Jianyao waved her sword swiftly, and strands of sword chi sprayed out from it. Even though her sword chi could break through the defenses of these killer crocodiles, she wasn't able to inflict any lethal harm to them. Moreover, the increasing amount of blood in the swamp seemed to be drawing over even more crocodiles, so the 2 of them were on the verge of being unable to hold on anymore. Qingwei, well perish here if this continues. Lu Jianyao moved slowly towards Mo Qingyue, while she revealed a solemn expression. Mo Qingyu's expression was extremely solemn as well. Not only were the crocodiles increasing in number, they were going more and more crazy. The two of them were practically at their limits while the profound energy within them was on the verge of drying up. So, it would take around 10 minutes at most for the two of them to be torn apart and devoured by the killer crocodiles. A wisp of a fierce expression flashed through Mo Qingyu's eyes when she thought of that, and she said, "Jianyao, come to my side and protect me." Lu Jianyao didn't hesitate to flash over to Mo Qingyu's side, and then she started swinging her sword madly. On the other hand, the profound energy within Mo Qingyu's body started to surge violently while the energy throughout the surroundings seemed to have been drawn over by something. They actually started surging madly towards her, and it even formed a vortex of energy around her. It's a mid-grade heaven rank technique at least. The expressions of Lu He and the others changed. Even Yun Yan's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that this woman would actually be able to execute a mid-grade heaven rank technique. Such natural talent to be able to execute a mid-grade heaven rank technique, while at the spirit realm, could only be described as terrifying. After all, not only were heaven rank techniques at the mid-grade and above very difficult to cultivate, they were very difficult to execute as well. Moreover, the slightest mistake would cause the person executing them to suffer backlash. However, this woman before them was clearly confident in her ability to execute it. "Thousand Illusion Palm!" Mo Qingyue shouted lightly as she swiftly slapped her palms forward. In an instant, space trembled as countless palm prints condensed from energy flashed out from Mo Qingyu's palms, and then they slapped down towards the crocodiles in the surroundings. In less than a breath of time, a few hundred energy palms had appeared here. All the crocodiles who were struck by them wailed, and then they fled swiftly towards the depths of the swamp. "Let's go!" Meanwhile, Mo Qingyue suddenly spoke to Lu Jianyao, who was slightly stunned. Lu Jianyao recovered from her shock, and she was astounded upon noticing that Mo Qingyue had a ghastly pale countenance, and was weak to the point of almost being unable to stand. She stretched out her hand to grab Mo Qingyue and started running madly. Lu Jianyao wasn't an idiot, so she didn't run towards Yun Yan but took Mo Qingyue along as she fled towards the other side. However, Yun Yan clearly refused to let them go, and he appeared before them and obstructed their path. Lu Jianyao spoke furiously. "What are you doing? Are you really going to disregard my Mo clan?" A trace of rage appeared on Mo Qingyu's pale face. "The Mo clan?" Yun Yan grunted coldly and said, "Young Miss Mo, I naturally dare not offend your Mo clan. However, this woman by your side is aware of Yan Yes' whereabouts, so acting against her isn't related to your Mo clan at all, right? She's a friend of mine." Mo Qingyu's face was quite unsightly. She naturally knew what this fellow before her intended to do. Once he captured Lu Jianyao, then besides begging him to save her, she had no other way to survive with the current state she was in. "Your friend?" Yun Yan laughed coldly and said, "Young Miss Mo, do you really think your Mo clan is invincible?" As he spoke, he stretched his hand forward to grab Lu Jianyao. Lu Jianyao's expression changed. She was almost completely exhausted, so how could she be a match for an Exalt Realm expert right now? She wanted to resist when she saw that hand approaching her, but she was powerless to do so. Swish! The sound of air being torn apart resounded. After that, a figure appeared before Lu Jianyao. It was none other than Yang Yi, who'd rushed over here. Had noticed they were in danger through the Silver Eagle, so had hurriedly worn his cloak and rushed over. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. A trace of a cruel expression appeared on the corners of his mouth as he gazed at that hand which was stretching over towards him, and then he smashed his fist against it. Bang! A strand of formidable force assaulted him when Yan Yes' fist struck his hand, and it caused Yun Yan's expression to change violently while he even took over 20 steps back. "Who are you?" Yun Yan gazed at Yang Yi with a solemn expression, while he slowly moved his right hand behind his back because it was trembling. Lu Jianyao heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw Yang Yi. "The two of us would really be losing our lives here if this fellow still didn't get here." and Mo Qingwei heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, as well because they should be safe. Even though this fellow before her was merely at the spirit realm, she was confident in his strength. Brother Yi! Right at this moment, Lu He intended to say something, but Yang Yi immediately waved his hand. Head witnessed everything clearly via the Silver Eagle. Head thought these two fellows were people he could make friends with, but he realized that it wasn't necessary at all anymore. Lu He and Sikong Ming's expressions turned unsightly when they saw this. Senior Yun, that fellow is Yi Yang. He's the one who killed the disciples of your endless sect, said Yi Qing in a low voice. Yun Yan gazed at Yang Yi and said, You. His pupils suddenly constricted when had just spoken a single word because that fellow in front of him had actually arrived right before him, and a fist was swiftly enlarging in his eyes. Yang Yi didn't have the habit to waste his breath on his enemies. Yun Yan was furious because this fellow who was just a spirit realm profounder was actually more arrogant than a second-rank Exalt realm expert like him. Yun Yan stomped his right foot on the ground and vanished on the spot, and he was over 40 m away when his figure appeared again. He stretched out his left hand and grasped it in Yang Yi's direction. Spatial cage. Yang Yi's figure stopped slightly, but he suddenly twisted his fist. Bang! The spatial barriers were instantly blasted into pieces while Yang Yi flashed over to Yun Yan. This time, Yang Yi didn't give Yun Yan a chance at all, and he doubled his previous speed. His attack, however, was a very simple one, and he just smashed his fist forward at Yun Yan. Yun Yan was astounded when he saw Yang Yi blast his spatial cage apart. He hadn't expected that this ant at the spirit realm would actually be able to blast his spatial cage apart. How terrifying is his physical strength? Is he an Exalt rank demon beast? Yun Yan didn't have time to think about all of that because Yang Yi's fist had arrived before his head. Yun Yan didn't dare act carelessly when he sensed the violent and overbearing energy carried by that fist, and he didn't dare go head-on against it as well. He was just about to dodge when Yang Yi's speed sped up abruptly, and his fist smashed against Yun Yan's face. A shrill cry resounded as Yun Yan's figure was blasted flying. However, Yang Yi flashed over while Yun Yan was in midair, and he grabbed Yun Yan's shoulder with his right hand while he launched a jab at Yun Yan's throat with his left fist. Crack! The color in Yun Yan's eyes faded. Yi Qing, Lu He, and Sikong Ming were flabbergasted. A second-rank Exalt realm expert, and one that had come from a sect, had been killed by Yi Yang just like that. Moreover, he practically had no strength to fight back at all. Could he be the rumored martial god? Indeed, if Yang Yi wasn't a man, they would absolutely think that Yang Yi was the martial god. Because the rumors said that in Nanjing's fist technique was unparalleled. Yang Yi took Yun Yan's spatial ring and glanced at its contents before he smacked his lips. All of these Exalt realm experts are really so poor. He doesn't even have 500 top-grade energy stones. Fortunately, there's a low-grade heaven-rank technique, and it should sell for a good price. You're thinking of escaping? Yang Yi suddenly raised his head to gaze at Yi Qing, who was over 100 m away, and then a cold smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Yi Qing had tried to kill him on more than one occasion. If he wasn't afraid of drawing trouble to himself, he would have put an end to Yi Qing's life while they were still in Martial World City. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to do it now. Yang Yi's figure flashed, and he caught up to Yi Qing in less than 2 breaths of time. Yi Qing wanted to say something, but Yang Yi didn't give him the chance, and he directly punched Yi Qing over 100 m away. After he did that, Yang Yi went over to Lu Jianyao and Mo Qingyu's side, and he slapped an extreme-grade healing talisman on each of them. Both of them had more or less recovered after a while passed, and then Yang Yi nodded and said, "Let's go! What about Lu He and Sikong Ming?" And Mo Qingwei glanced at the two of them. At this moment, both of them were heavily injured, and they would definitely die if they were left here. Chapter 516 Eternal Res. Yang Yi glanced at Lu He and Sikong Ming, and the two of them were looking at him with embarrassment, and in their eyes. Regardless of what the reason was, it wasn't honorable to abandon their companions. Moreover, Lu Jianyao and Mo Qingwei had even asked them to leave first. At that time, Lu Jianyao and Mo Qingwei had the strength to retreat without them, but the two women hadn't done so. However, the two of them had. But in next to no time, their desire to live triumphed over the embarrassment that they felt, and Lu He said, "Brother Yi, Brother Sikong and I were wrong to do that, and we apologize. We don't ask Brother Yi to continue taking us to the Saint Ruins, and we only hope that Brother Yang will send us back to Martial World City out of consideration for our past relationship." Sikong Ming spoke as well. "Brother Yi, our actions were inhumane indeed. But we didn't have any other choice while we were facing such circumstances. If we didn't retreat, then we would only become burdens for Miss Lu and Miss Mo. Conversely, leaving even reduced the pressure to two of them faced. I think that anyone would make the same choice as us when facing such a situation." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Every single person had his or her own choice. The two of you have your own choice as well, and I don't have any right to interfere or say that it was wrong. However, since you've made that choice, then you must face their consequences. You chose to abandon them just now, so I'm choosing to abandon the two of you now. It's very fair." Yan Yu wasn't someone who would use morality to make unreasonable demands of others. There was nothing that could be said about their choice. However, it was like he said, every single person had to bear the consequences and responsibility for their choices. Sikong Ming and Lu He's countenances turned even paler when they heard Yang Yi. They wanted to say something, but Yang Yi had already left while pulling the two women along with him. The terror in their eyes gradually transformed into resentment. "It's extremely easy for him to take us back to Martial World City. What a ruthless fellow! To think that I even went to the city governor's estate to plead to my uncle for him. If I knew he was such a heartless and merciless fellow, then I would have asked my uncle to kill him in Martial World City." Sikong Ming roared furiously. The resentment in Lu He's eyes grew denser as he watched their figures vanish from his field of vision. But in next to no time, he didn't have any time to feel resentful towards Yan Yi because the killer crocodiles that had been scared away by Mo Qingyu's heaven-rank techniques had actually returned once more. A portion of them went after Yan Yi's group, but there was still a portion that were swimming towards him and Sikong Ming. "Brother Lu, what should we do?" Sikong Ming spoke with a horrified voice. People usually revealed a side of themselves that even they felt embarrassed of when they faced death. A ferocious expression arose in Lu He's eyes as he gazed at the crocodiles. He hesitated for a moment before he suddenly grabbed Sikong Ming's shoulder and immediately kicked Sikong Ming at the stomach before Sikong Ming could even resist him, causing the latter to be instantly tossed into the group of crocodiles. "Just one of us dying is better than both of us dying. Brother Sikong, don't worry, I'll avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu He turned around and ran while the crocodiles were drawn to Sikong Ming. Lu He, I'll never forgive you even in death." His voice vanished in next to no time. Sometimes the limits of what a person was capable of would be renewed incessantly when they faced death. Screech! Right at this moment, a sharp cry suddenly resounded from up above in the clouds, and then two rays of golden light shot down from the clouds. It instantly arrived above Lu He who'd escaped territory of the killer crocodiles. "No!" Lu He roared hysterically as he gazed at the rays of golden light, and it was his last words. Bang! The golden light blasted against Lu He's body, and the latter was instantly obliterated. Night. The moon glowed brilliantly in the sky while only a few stars could be seen throughout the veil of night, and they emanated faint silver radiance. The swamplands were covered in coldness. Yan Yi and the others hadn't chosen to continue on their journey because they would definitely be courting death if they tried to travel at night through the swamplands that was home to the killer crocodiles. "Yi Yang, can we really travel through this swamp with our strength?" The three of them were seated on the ground on a path by the side of a swamp. Mo Qingwei gazed at the boundless swamp around them as she asked that question in a light voice. Even though they were fine now, it was under the circumstances that they hadn't encountered an adult killer crocodile. If they did, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Because every single one of them wasn't just at the exalt rank, they had a huge number of subordinates. Of course we can. Lu Jianyao chuckled and said, Qingwei, don't worry, this fellow is very strong. The killer crocodiles are nothing with him on our side. She'd taken Mo Qingwei, who'd experienced life and death with her, to be a friend. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch while he cultivated at the side. Is that so? Mo Qingwei glanced at Yang Yi and spoke in a light voice. Of course, Lu Jianyao said. Trust me, besides that monstrous woman, and Nanjing, no one in the younger generation in the human world is a match for him. Then what about Yang Yi? Yang Yi? Isn't Yang Yi? Cough. A cough suddenly interrupted Lu Jianyao. Lu Jianyao smiled with embarrassment when she heard Yang Yi's reminder. She was frank by nature and had almost said that Yang Yi was Yi Yang. Fortunately, she'd stopped just in time. Lu Jianyao said, Right, besides Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Oh. Mo Qingwei glanced at Yang Yi before she fell silent. Yang Yi glared fiercely at Lu Jianyao. Can she have any more disregard for the consequences? How did she come all the way here from the Southern Territory with her level of intelligence? Bang! Suddenly, rumbling resounded from afar. Lu Jianyao and Mo Qingyu's expressions changed. Yang Yi said, Don't be worried, someone is in battle with the killer crocodiles a few kilometers away. It has nothing to do with us, so just rest well. Someone is fighting the crocodiles? Lu Jianyao was instantly interested when she heard this, and she took her sword and said, Let's go over quickly. She'd grown fond of battle after arriving at the Central Territory because she could improve her strength well while in battle. Why would we go over there? Yang Yi couldn't help but ask this question. To help, of course. Lu Jianyao spoke like it was a matter of course. We're all humans, so we should lend each other a hand when we face difficulties. Yang Yi was speechless. Mo Qingwei shook her head lightly as well. She liked Lu Jianyao's character because Lu Jianyao was straightforward, naive, and wasn't scheming at all. However, she felt that Lu Jianyao was too naive sometimes. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Asked Lu Jianyao. Yang Yi said, Firstly, they don't need our help. Even if you want to help, you have to see if you possess the strength to do so. If you go help when you don't possess sufficient strength, then you would be giving your life away instead. Besides that, it's best to lock your kindness away when you're out in the world because it might bring harm to you instead. Repaying kindness with enmity is something that occurs every single day. Understand? Lu Jianyao sat back on the spot, and then she glanced at Yang Yi while seeming to be slightly depressed. You feel that I'm too cold-blooded? Asked Yang Yi. You were the one who said that. It wasn't me, said Lu Jianyao. She really is beyond me. Yang Yi was speechless. I wonder what that city governor Lu was thinking. How could he possibly rest at ease while his daughter went out into the world? Is he not afraid that his daughter would be tricked by someone? Meanwhile, Mo Qingwei said, Jianyao, do you think that a group of people who were able to arrive deep within the swamplands and fight killer crocodiles would be made up of ordinary people? Perhaps they are completing some sort of mission or something else. If we just head over rashly, then we might even be treated as enemies. Moreover, if they were to be stronger than us, what would you do if they arouse ill intent upon laying eyes on us like Yun Yan had done earlier? Of course, all of these are assumptions, but they aren't impossible. I know both of you are telling me all of this for my own good. But I'm just curious and wanted to go have a look, said Lu Jianyao. Curiosity killed the cat. Why don't you settle down and cultivate if you're so free? Said Yang Yi. All right, I'll cultivate right now. Humph. Lu Jianyao glared at Yang Yi while she said in her heart, One day when I'm stronger than you, I'll definitely teach you a lesson every single day, and I'll let you experience how it feels like to be taught a lesson. Late at night. The surroundings were deathly silent. Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he glanced at Lu Jianyao and Mo Qingwei. Mo Qingyu's hands were clenched tightly, and she clearly hadn't fallen into deep sleep. However, Lu Jianyao was snoring. Is she really that confident in me, or is she that careless? This is the swamplands. It's a place where it's very likely that killer crocodiles would be luring around us. but she was actually able to fall into deep sleep. Yan Yi shook his head, walked over to the edge of the path, and looked at the swamp before him. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a strand of sword intent left him and entered into the swamp without making a single sound. In next to no time, a vortex suddenly appeared in the swamp, and then strands of scarlet red appeared on the surface of the swamp. Meanwhile, Emo Qingyue had appeared behind Yan Yi and she spoke softly. "So you noticed them?" Yan Yi nodded and said, "How could I dare to sleep at a place like this? I'm not an idiot like Lu Jianyao." Emo Qingyue chuckled and said, "You said that someone was fighting the killer crocodiles just now. Was it a single person, or 2 men and a woman? All of them were at the Exalt realm," said Yan Yi. "Are they good or bad?" Yan Yi rolled his eyes at her and said, "Do I look like a god?" Emo Qingyue was slightly stunned, and then she shook her head and smiled. "I truly have no sense of safety in this place. After all, humans are more terrifying than dark beasts and demon beasts. Fortunately, you're here with us. You've taken me to be your bodyguard?" Emo Qingyue chuckled. "Sort of. Actually, you're much more interesting than I imagined." "Than what you imagined?" Yan Yi's brows knit together. Emo Qingyue grinned and said, "It's nothing. It's late, have some rest." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and returned to where she sat just now. Yan Yi glanced at Emo Qingyue, and then he shot his gaze towards the distance and said softly, "Why does that woman seem slightly familiar?" The night passed just like that. Bang! Dawn had just arrived when waves of rumbling jolted Yan Yi and the others awake. Chapter 5:17 An Acquaintance? "Has something happened ahead?" asked Emo Qingyue in a low voice. Yan Yi shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Let's go." Emo Qingyue glanced at Yan Yi, and then she nodded and said, "All right." Lu Jianyao was clearly very interested in what was going on. However, Yan Yi paid no attention to her, and it simply infuriated her. The three of them had traveled for around 2 hours when Emo Qingyue and Lu Jianyao's expressions had become serious. Because they'd seen huge amounts of crocodile corpses all along the way, and it was to the point that the swamp had turned scarlet red. Moreover, they even saw an adult killer crocodile amongst the corpses. They killed all of these killer crocodiles yet didn't take the skin, which is the most valuable part of these crocodiles. Moreover, they didn't take their inner cores as well. "They definitely seek something else," said Emo Qingyue in a low voice. "Is there some sort of treasure hidden in this swamp?" Lu Jianyao's eyes glowed. Emo Qingyue shook her head and said, "I don't know. However, it's best to be cautious. The three of us are only at the spirit realm, and we're ants in the eyes of Exalt realm experts. Even the slightest ill intent from them would cause misfortune to fall upon us. Brother Yi, why don't we take a different path?" Yang Yi said. "There's no other path. Even though this path branches off to the sides, all of them are dead ends. Don't worry, we're just passing by and not seeking anything else. So, they probably won't look for trouble with us, otherwise they would have come looking for us by now." Emo Qingyue exclaimed with surprise. "They've noticed us?" Yang Yi nodded. "Last night. Then they probably have no ill intent towards us," Emo Qingyue said softly. "Otherwise, they should have attacked last night," Yang Yi said. "Just ignore all of that. Whatever comes will come. Let's speed up." Suddenly, the three of them stopped moving because the swamp around them had started to ripple. After that, numerous crocodiles appeared within their fields of vision. Their expressions changed because the crocodiles filled their fields of vision. However, they weren't the targets of these crocodiles, and all the crocodiles were rushing forward madly. A dense expanse of killer crocodiles were changing through the swamp, and it was an extremely astonishing sight. "Has something happened?" asked Emo Qingyue. Yang Yi gazed towards the distance and said, "They've offended a golden killer crocodile, and all of these crocodiles were summoned by it. I've taken a look, and the entire swamplands is seething with activity. It's filled with crocodiles. Besides that, the path ahead has been blocked so we can't get through. A golden killer crocodile? Mo Qingwei exclaimed. The Crocodile King? They actually dared to offend the Crocodile King. The Crocodile King? Lu Jianyao asked. Is it very formidable? It's comparable to a human profounder at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm. Mo Qingwei spoke with a solemn expression. It's the overlord of this swamp. Moreover, even a high-grade heaven-rank treasure might not be able to pierce through its golden skin. Brother Yi, who exactly are they? They actually dared to offend the Crocodile King. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he said, They don't seem to be human. They aren't human? The women were stunned, and then Mo Qingwei said, You're saying that they are demon beasts? That's what they feel like to me, said Yang Yi. In that way, it makes sense why the skin and inner cores of these crocodiles haven't been taken. Because demon beasts rarely consume each other's inner cores, said Mo Qingwei. What should we do now? Should we leave or not? Said Lu Jianyao. Mo Qingwei gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he sighed lightly. If it wasn't for the two of them, he could have left this place at any time. But now that the two of them were following him, he had many more things to consider. However, he was truly unable to abandon them here. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he said, This place isn't too far from the end of the swamp. Let's fly over. Tell me in advance if the two of you are lacking profound energy. The two of them nodded. The two of them started flying just like that, and they could see everything that was occurring down below. The swamp was still filled with countless killer crocodiles that were rushing forward incessantly, and they formed a shocking and dense mass. The three of them had flown for around 4 hours when Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed, and a few rays of white light shot violently towards them. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed the two of them before his figure flashed and descended to the ground. He said, Stay here and don't go anywhere. I'm going over to have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even wait for their reply before his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Those 3 humans actually dodged it? A man looked over with a slightly curious gaze towards the directions that Yang Yi's group was at just now. Pakong, it's you who was too weak. A robust saber-wielding man standing at the man's side laughed with ridicule and said, You can't even deal with 3 spirit realm profounders. You're truly a disappointment. That man is slightly strange. He's rushing over towards us. Interesting. The man called Pakong smiled. The robust man glanced at the veiled woman who was negotiating with the Crocodile King in the distance and said, Quickly eliminate those humans. The princess is almost done with the negotiations. In my opinion, there's no need to negotiate at all. If they aren't willing to submit, then we should just annihilate them. In any case, they can only stay within the swamps, and they're utterly useless to us. Pixing, do you still refuse to admit that you are stupid? Pakong spoke with disdain. Those crocodiles that haven't reached adulthood are naturally useless to us, but what about the adult crocodiles? They can take human form just like we can. Moreover, there are countless precious treasures within the depths of this swamp, so wouldn't the princess' treasury have more valuables once we subdue them? Pixing grunted coldly and said, Cut the crap and deal with those humans first. You'll definitely be skinned alive if they disturb the princess. It's just a human spirit realm profounder. All I need is a single punch. Pakong spoke casually. Be careful not to fail at such an easy task by being careless. Pixing said seriously. That human seems quite unusual. Haha. I never realized that you, Pixing, would give consideration to such things. Pakong glanced at Pixing as he spoke in an exaggerated manner. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared before the two of them. Yang Yi's gaze was locked onto Pakong because Pakong was the one who'd launched the attack just now. Human kid! You! Pakong was just about to say something when his expression changed because the human in front of him had actually launched the first attack. Yang Yi arrived in front of Pakong, and then his fists whistled through the air as they smashed down towards Pakong's head. This was how he was. He didn't like to cause trouble, and he didn't like to get himself into trouble as well. However, if anyone dared to offend him, then he would repay them tenfold. You're courting death. Pakong roared furiously as he smashed his fists forward as well. He was a demon beast, so his physical body far surpassed the physical body of a human, and he was even an exalt realm demon beast, whereas the human before him was merely at the spirit realm. So, he felt that this human was courting death by going head-on against him. Bang! Their fists collided forcefully, and then Pakong's expression changed. Because his hands actually trembled violently and felt numb upon coming into contact with the fists of that human. Moreover, the enormous force contained within Yan Ye's fists even forced him back by over 10 steps. Yan Ye's hands were slightly numb as well, but it was fine as it didn't affect his combat strength. His figure flashed, and he arrived once more in front of Pakong before he smashed his fists forward again. A wisp of a vicious expression flashed through Pakong's eyes because he had actually suffered a loss from going head-on against the fists of a human. Moreover, that human was only a spirit realm profounder. It was an extraordinary humiliation to him. Die, human! Pakong suddenly smashed his fists forward, and he hadn't held back at all this time because he wanted to smash this human apart. However, after they collided a few more times, he noticed that this human's physical strength was strong to a terrifying degree, and it was actually not inferior to an exalt-ranked demon beast like him. Is this human really not a demon beast? Pashing frowned when he noticed that Pakong was gradually falling into a disadvantaged state, and then he stopped watching. His figure flashed as he shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned when he noticed Pashing attacking him from behind. He blasted Pakong back with a single punch, and then Frostlight appeared with a flip of his palm. After that, he swung his sword swiftly and struck Pashing's saber. Clang! Frostlight slashed straight through Pashing's saber. This scene astounded Pashing. He hadn't expected that this human's sword would have actually been able to slash his saber into two with such ease. So, he immediately retreated over 40 m away. Pakong shouted, "Who exactly are you?" Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Pakong as he said, "I was just a passerby that didn't want to offend all of you. But you offended me. Since it's like that, then it's better to eliminate both of you." As he spoke, a strand of sword chi shot out violently from a swing of his sword, and it instantly arrived before Pakong. Pakong's expression changed drastically when he sensed the sharp aura of this sword chi. He's a sword cultivator who has comprehended sword intent. Pakong didn't dare go head-on against it, and dodged it instead. Hiss! The sound of the air being torn apart resounded from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around swiftly, and then stabbed swiftly with Frostlight. Pashing, who had launched this surprise attack against Yang Yi, was shocked. He hadn't imagined that this human's reaction would actually be so swift. As he gazed at that sword which was stabbing towards him like a bolt of lightning, Pashing, who couldn't dodge the attack anymore, had a ferocious gaze in his eyes as he transformed into his original form. A 3-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide monster with the face of a human and the body of an ox appeared before Yang Yi. Clang! Yang Yi's sword struck the ox's black scale armor, causing sparks to spray from the point of collision, while Yang Yi took a few steps back. In the next moment, his figure flashed towards the black ox in front of him. Pashing, who had returned to his original form, didn't choose to avoid this attack, and he leaped up and rammed his body towards Yang Yi. Pashing's expression changed drastically as soon as their attacks came into contact because he felt an extremely sharp energy envelop him, and the suppression from that sharp energy actually caused him to be unable to arouse the intention to resist it. He has comprehended 8th level sword intent, at least. When he thought up to this point, Pashing had aroused the intention to retreat. However, it was too late. Yang Yi's sword had struck his horns, and it practically encountered no resistance before those two horns on Pashing's head flew into the air. After that, Yang Yi raised his right leg and stomped down forcefully right onto Pashing's face, and he kicked Pashing down to the ground from midair. Bang! Pashing crashed straight into the ground. Yang Yi was just about to launch another attack when a whiff of sweet fragrance entered his nose, and then he turned around and saw that slightly familiar woman in front of him. The woman's beautiful brows were knit together slightly. She was just about to attack when she suddenly seemed to have noticed something and said, Yan Yi? Yan Yi was just about to attack when he heard her, and it stunned him. She knows me? Chapter 5:18 Cooperation. The woman removed her veil to remove a drop-dead gorgeous appearance before Yan Yi's eyes. Yan Yi, right? I should call you the Sword Emperor. Long time no see. The woman blinked at him as she smiled. Yan Yi smiled bitterly. Never had he imagined that this woman would actually be Yin Xian'er, whom had almost forgotten about. He said, I never expected that it would be Miss Yin. No wonder I didn't hear anything about you in the Southern Territory. So you've come to the Central Territory. It's Xian'er. Yin Xian'er glared at him, and then she walked over to him and said with a smile on her face, You haven't heard about me, but I frequently hear rumors about you. Like how you attacked the Flower Palace by yourself and even destroyed the tombs of its ancestors, or how you killed your way into the Central Territory and made all the geniuses here tremble with fear upon hearing your name. Husband, you really are impressive. As expected of my husband. Husband? Pixing and Pekong's expressions changed, and their gazes towards Yan Yi had become even more hostile. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched as he said, Miss Yin, there isn't any relationship between us, right? Husband! The smile on her face was instantly exchanged for an aggrieved expression, and there was even a layer of mist on her eyes as she said, What did you promise my father that day? You promised that you would take good care of me. What? So you've forgotten me now that you have the sword sex Su Qinshe? How unfaithful of you! Pixing and Pekong opened their eyes wide as they watched Yin Xian'er act in this way, and their jaws had almost hit the ground. Is this the same princess who usually acts swiftly and decisively and doesn't even spare a glance at others? Yan Yi's eyelids twitched as he gazed at the pitiable appearance she revealed, and a strand of desire arose within his body. Fortunately, he possessed the enlightened sword heart, and he hurriedly suppressed it before he shook his head and said, Miss Yin, can we speak normally? I admit that you're very beautiful, and your techniques in seduction are even better than before. However, you should be clearly aware that I'm a sword cultivator, and am even one who has comprehended sword intent and the enlightened sword heart. Do you think it would affect me at all? Seduction techniques? You're saying that I used seduction techniques against you? Yin Xian'er blinked and couldn't help but chuckle. Yan Yi remained silent in response to this. All right. We haven't seen each other for a very long time, and I have many things to ask you. I presume you have a huge number of things to ask me as well, right? Yin Xian'er smiled as she said, Come, I've just subdued the killer crocodiles of this swamp, so let's go to its palace. As she spoke, she didn't hesitate at all to wrap her hands around Yan Yi's arm and walk towards the distance. I have 2 friends. Pixing, Pekong, go over and bring my husband's friends to the palace. Remember to be courteous, otherwise, I'll skill the 2 of you alive. There was a very grand palace at the bottom of the swamp, and Yan Yi was quite surprised by it because he hadn't expected that there would be another world beneath the swamp. As she gazed at the grand palace in front of her, Yin Xian'er, who was holding on to Yan Yi's hand, nodded, and then she said to the man in front of her who was completely covered in golden scales, Jin Sha, I never expected that you would have created such a grand palace underground. I presume there are a huge amount of treasures within it, right? The man called Jin Sha had a slightly uncomfortable expression because all these treasures that had accumulated would cease to be his soon. Yin Xian'er paid no attention to him, and she just pulled Yan Yi's hand as she walked towards the distance. While I was still at the Southern Territory, the Grand Preceptor found out that the Southern Territory would fall into great chaos, so he broke open the barrier between territories and allowed me to travel to the Central Territory. I originally intended to bring you along with me because the natural talent you possessed would definitely allow you to rise to prominence in the Central Territory. However, I knew that you wouldn't follow me, and you would hate me forever if I forced you to come with me. Yin Xian'er spoke slowly within the palace. The Grand Preceptor knew? Yan Yi frowned. Yin Xian'er pulled on Yan Yi's hand and walked towards Jin Sha's treasury as she said, Of course he did. It was the Grand Preceptor who helped Luo Jun become the mortal emperor. But don't worry, we aren't on the same side at him, and we were just using each other. Yang Yi sighed lightly and said, Your objective is to destroy the Grand Qin Empire and the 6 great powers of the Southern Territory, right? Yin Xian'er shook her head and smiled. That's not our only objective. Our main objective is to rebuild our kingdom. Rebuilding a kingdom. Yang Yi was about to say something when Yin Xian'er interrupted him. We're here. Let's see what treasures the Killer Crocodile clan possesses. Right, feel free to take anything you like. You're my husband, so what's mine is yours. Jin Sha had a huge amount of treasures. There were all sorts of herbs and rare ores, and there were even some human treasures. However, all of them were extremely inferior when compared to the treasures within the White Dragon's abode. After all, the weakest weapon he used was a pseudo-Dao artifact, so ordinary things weren't attractive to him at all. Suddenly Yan Ye's gaze descended onto a crystalline mask. He walked over and picked it up. It felt smooth and very soft to the touch. That mask, the jade mask, is something I obtained from a human profounder, Jin Sha said. It's a mid-grade heaven-rank treasure, and others won't be able to see your face clearly once you wear it. Moreover, you can even change your appearance when necessary. However, it exhausts a huge amount of profound energy. It can change my appearance? Yang Yi grinned, and then he placed the mask within his spatial ring while Jin Sha gazed at it with reluctance, and then Yang Yi said, Since that mask is a mid-grade heaven-rank treasure, its effects are probably not that simple, right? When that human activated the mask at that time, it created countless mask phantoms, and every single one of them possessed fairly strong offensive abilities. However, they weren't able to break through my defenses. Jin Sha spoke with slight pride. Yin Xian'er said, Jin Sha, go gather all the adult killer crocodiles in your clan and ask them to wait outside for me. Jin Sha glanced reluctantly at all those treasures, and then he left the room. Yang Yi smiled. He seems quite unwilling to me. Yin Xian'er said, He will be. If he truly isn't willing, then I'll just kill him. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, Miss Yin, I presume you didn't just bring me here to take some treasure, right? You know how I'm like. I really dislike beating around the bush, so just tell me if you have something to say. Yin Xian'er released Yang Ye's arm, and then she faced him and said seriously, I told you just now that I wanted to rebuild my kingdom, and I hope that you'll help me do it. Of course, I won't make you help for nothing, and you can list your conditions. Even if you really want to become my husband, it's not completely out of the question. In any case, your identity as the Sword Emperor makes you worthy of me. She was very clearly aware of Yang Ye's appeal, and he could definitely draw countless sword cultivators over to him. Become your husband? Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. Miss Yin, you mean become your puppet, right? I don't have the ability to make you my puppet. Yin Xian'er said, We can really get married if you're willing. However, you must marry into my Shang clan. Once I succeed at rebuilding the kingdom, then our future child shall be the emperor of the Shang dynasty. Moreover, if you agree, then I'll do everything within my power to help you seize the world portrait. Yang Yi didn't refuse or agree, and he just asked, What exactly do you want from me? Yang Yi didn't think that she'd fallen in love with him, so she definitely wanted something if she was willing to sacrifice herself to rope him over to her side. Your future, Yin Xian'er said. If I said that it was because I loved you, then even I wouldn't believe that. Even though I have a good impression of you, it really isn't to the extent of being described as love. But it's fine because I don't hate you. As for feelings, those are things that can be fostered through time. What if I'm a failure or disappoint you in the future? Said Yang Yi with a smile on his face. Yin Xian'er smiled. Then I can only blame myself for being blind. Yang Yi fell silent for a while before he said, Miss Yin, I actually think there's no need for me to marry into your Shang clan. You want to rebuild your kingdom while I want to take revenge, so our objectives conform with each other for now. Since it's like that, then we can just cooperate. What do you think? Cooperate? Yang Yi nodded and said, Since you've come to the Central Territory, I feel that you definitely have grand plans. If I'm not wrong, you intend to rebuild your kingdom in the Central Territory and not the Southern Territory, right? Yes, Enchantment said. The energy within the Southern Territory is growing scarce, and it'll be abandoned, sooner or later. Yang Yi said, if you want to rebuild your kingdom in the Central Territory, then you definitely have to go against the exalted Han Empire because that colossus will absolutely not allow you to rebuild your kingdom right under its nose. Since it's like that, then we have a common enemy, and in that way, we can join forces against the exalted Han Empire. What do you think? Enchantment said. In the end, you just don't want to marry me, right? Yang Yi said. Miss Yin, do you think we would be happy if we unite because of our respective objectives? Moreover, I'm already married. I told you that we can slowly foster our relationship. Enchantment said. As for you wives, what about that? My father had countless wives. Yang Yi was speechless. A short while passed before Yang Yi said seriously, Miss Yin, what exactly do you want from me? I want to give birth to you children. Enchantment blinked at him. Yang Yi frowned while Enchantment cracked a smile and said, All right, I was joking. Since you want to cooperate, then we will. In any case, I'm going to fight for the world portrait as well. So, we'll definitely be able to succeed if we join forces. You're going to fight for it as well? Asked Yang Yi. Of course. Enchantment said. How would we be able to rebuild our kingdom if something like the world portrait fell into Luo Jun's hands? Of course, it can't fall into your hands as well because you'll definitely give it to the Grand Qin Empire or Dark Beast Empire. Of course, we can still join forces against our enemies until the world portrait has acknowledged its master. All right. Chapter 519 The Trant Clan. The next day, their group arrived at Mount Heaven Shaker under Enchantment's lead. Yang Yi was shocked when he caught sight of the mountain. It was very tall to the point it pierced into the clouds, and it was impossible to lay eyes on its peak. Not to mention a spirit realm profounder, even an Exalt realm expert couldn't fly over such a tall mountain. Are you shocked? Enchantment smiled. Husband, I know that you're strong, but it's absolutely impossible for you to go through Mount Heaven Shaker without my help. Even if you've attained the Exalt realm. Hey, why are you so shameless? Lu Jianyao glared at Enchantment and said, He has a wife already, yet you still call him your husband? Even though she didn't know who Enchantment was, Lu Jianyao knew that she definitely had ill intent towards Yang Yi. She didn't have an exact reason for her suspicion, and it was solely out of her intuition as a woman. Amo Qinghua glanced at Enchantment and remained silent. Enchantment glanced at Lu Jianyao before she said, My father has betrothed me to him, so he's my husband. Actually, what has that got to do with you? Oh, I know. Do you like my husband? Haha, it's fine. I'm a very magnanimous person, so I won't have any objections if he takes you as a concubine of his. You! Lu Jianyao's face flushed red, and she almost lost her temper. Yang Yi had quite a headache. He didn't know why, but the two of them had been in constant conflict upon meeting each other. Yang Yi said in a low voice, Miss Yin, just use my name. Yes, husband. Enchantment cracked a smile, and it was indescribably charming. Yang Yi was speechless. Shameless! Lu Jianyao grunted. Mount Heaven Shaker is the Trant clan's territory, and they are a branch of the demon race. However, they aren't really like the demon race because they dislike battle. Besides that, they're extremely hostile to humans. The Trants would definitely join forces and attack any human that enters their territory. There are a few tens of thousands of Trants throughout the mountain, and there are at least a few hundred which have lived for over 1,000 years. Those at an age of over 1,000 possess cultivations equivalent to human Exalt realm experts, said Enchantment. Why hasn't the exalted Han Empire conquered the Killer Crocodile and Trant clans? Asked Yang Yi. Because it isn't worth it. Enchantment smiled and said, The exalted Han Empire possesses such strength, but they won't do that. Because the demon race is already extremely hostile to humans, so it's utterly impossible for the exalted Han Empire to subdue these two clans. Unless they use force to subdue them, but that would definitely cause them to suffer huge losses. Moreover, what was the point of subduing these two clans? They wouldn't leave their territories at all. Yang Yi nodded and said, You said that the Treat clan is extremely hostile against humans, so how will we get past this place? I'm good friends with the junior patriarch of the Treat clan, so I'll ask her to take us to the other side. But let me warn you in advance, my husband, you're not allowed to set your sights on her, said Enchantment. Yang Yi felt speechless. After Yang Yi guaranteed that he wouldn't set his sights on her friend, Enchantment finally withdrew a jade-green bamboo flute, and then a clear and melodious tune drifted off slowly into the distance. However, there was no movement from within the mountain after around 10 minutes passed. Enchantment withdrew the flute again and played it again, but there was still no movement after another 10 minutes passed. Something might have happened, Enchantment said in a low voice. Jin Sha, take Pakong and Pashing over to have a look. The three of them received their orders and flashed ahead. Yang Yi looked up into the clouds, and then he frowned because he noticed that the Silver Eagle wasn't able to observe the situation on the mountain at all. Enchantment raised her head and glanced over before she smiled. I never expected that you would even be able to get a member of the exalted Han Empire's heavenly net, but don't waste your energy. Mount Heavenshaker is covered by a natural formation, and that little eagle won't be able to observe the situation on the mountain while that formation is there. A natural formation? So that's why. Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the mountain and said, If I'm not wrong, then something has probably occurred in there. Because I saw fluctuations of energy all around the mountain. Let's head in. Let's wait for a while. Enchantment said, Let's wait for Jin Sha and the others. If nothing has happened within the Treant clan and we were to enter rashly, then they'll definitely attack us. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he nodded and said, All right. An hour later, Jin Sha, Pakong, and Pashing appeared before them, but both Pakong and Pashing were injured. What happened? Said Enchantment in a low voice. Princess, the Treants are killing each other. Jin Sha said. We noticed numerous corpses when we went in, and we continued searching in order to figure out what had happened. In the end, we noticed numerous members of the Treant clan were killing each other. We were noticed right when we were about to withdraw from there, and they attacked us. Fortunately, we fled quickly, otherwise, we would have been surrounded there. They are killing each other? Yang Yi gazed at Enchantment. Enchantment fell silent for a while before she said, They should be fighting for power. Oh no, Shu Xian is in danger. Let's head over there. Princess. Meanwhile, Jin Sha spoke anxiously. We can't go in there. We'll definitely be surrounded and killed if we do. They aren't just hostile towards humans now, they're even hostile to us from the demon clans as well. We must think of a plan, otherwise this little bit of strength would be utterly insufficient if we were to head in rashly. Enchantment stopped moving, and then she fell silent for a while before she said, It isn't unrealistic to think of mobilizing our forces now. Husband, do you have any ideas? She looked towards Yang Yi while she finished speaking. Yang Yi disregarded the way she addressed him and said, What's the status of your friend in the Treant clan again? The junior patriarch. When she spoke up to this point, Enchantment seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed. I know what has happened. Shu Xin's grandmother has definitely passed away, and the other Treants aren't convinced of her ability, so a rebellion has appeared. We must head in as soon as possible or shall be in danger. Yang Yi said, You lead us to Shu Xian once we head in there. We'll only be able to avoid making enemies of both sides if we find her. We're going in just like that? Jin Sha glared at Yang Yi as he spoke these words. Yang Yi said, Do you have another way? Jin Sha was speechless. Yang Yi suddenly said, Right, are they afraid of fire? Enchantment was stunned, and then she said, They are. Fire is a natural counter to wood, so they're most afraid of fire. However, when she spoke up to this point, Enchantment glanced at Amo Qingwei. She knew that Yang Yi had only concealed his identity because of that woman, and if he were to expose the nether ghost flame that he possessed, wouldn't it be equivalent to exposing his identity? Mo Qingyu's eyelids twitched when she noticed what Yin Xian'er meant, and then she glanced at Yan Yi while remaining silent, but she was quite perturbed in her heart. Yan Yi glanced at Mo Qingyu, and then he smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's go." Even though it was called Mount Heaven Shaker, it could be called a forest instead, because it was practically covered in a forest. They were instantly surrounded by a group of treants upon entering the dense forest, but these treants weren't very strong and were only equivalent to spirit realm profounders. "Who are all of you? How dare you trespass into the territory of my treant clan?" The treant in the lead, who was a tree with a human face, shouted at them. Yan Yi paid no attention to that treant, and he just looked at Yin Xian'er and said, "Do you know where your friend is?" She nodded and said, "She should be at Treant Palace at the top of the mountain. That's where the patriarch of the Treant clan resides, and it's the most well-guarded place on the mountain. No matter who you are, please leave the territory of our Treant clan right now, otherwise don't blame us for being merciless." The treant in the lead shouted. "What exactly has happened in your Treant clan? Is your junior patriarch safe?" asked Yin Xian'er. "You!" The treant in the lead spoke in a surprised and furious tone. "Who exactly are you?" Yan Yi said. "Why waste your breath on him? Just capture all of them, and they'll give us a good explanation." Yin Xian'er nodded, and then Jin Sha Pakong and Pixing flashed explosively towards those treants, and it didn't take long for them all to be put against the ground. Yan Yi walked over to the treant who led the group, and he was slightly speechless as he gazed at all of them who were on the verge of death. Jin Sha had struck them too heavily, and it had almost taken these fellows' lives. "What exactly has happened in your clan?" asked Yan Yi. That treant glared fiercely at Yan Yi and didn't speak. "So you want to make it hard on yourself?" Yan Yi shook his head, flicked his finger, and a strand of flame appeared on his hand. That treant's pupils constricted when that flame appeared in its eyes, and it revealed an expression of terror. It was just that treant, all the others had terror on their faces as well, and their bodies were wriggling incessantly as if they were extremely afraid of coming into contact with that flame. Mo Qingyu's eyelids twitched, and then she glanced at Yan Yi and remained silent. Yan Yi moved the flame towards that treant, and he watched the treant shiver as he smiled. "You seem to be very afraid of fire? It's fine, I'll let you go if you tell me what I know, alright?" The treant wanted to be stubborn, but Yan Yi moved the nether ghost flame closer to him, and he instantly submitted to the pressure Yan Yi exerted upon him. In next to no time, Yan Yi and the others knew what had happened. It was just as Yin Xian'er had guessed. A rebellion had arisen within the Treant clan. It should have been the granddaughter of the last patriarch that inherited the position of patriarch, or king, in the Treant clan. However, the granddaughter of the last patriarch, who was Yin Xian'er's friend, Shu Xian, was truly too weak. Her strength was only equivalent to a spirit realm profounder. So, many were definitely unwilling to allow a spirit realm profounder to ruler over a clan that possessed over 100 Exalt realm experts. Thus, those who were unwilling had risen in rebellion. Fortunately, the last patriarch had made some arrangements before her death, so a portion of the treants stood on Shu Xin's side. But it was only a few of them. Moreover, according to this treant, the rebellion might have already succeeded by now. "We must go over and rescue her." Yin Xian'er spoke in a low voice. "Why?" asked Yan Yi. "Firstly, she is my best friend. Secondly, if she isn't the patriarch of the Treant clan, then we wouldn't be able to pass through Mount Heaven Shaker at all, and we will have no choice but to turn back," said Yin Xian'er. Yan Yi said, "Looks like we have no other choice then." Chapter 520 Collision. Their group flashed swiftly up Mount Heaven Shaker, and the corpses of treants could be seen everywhere. Suddenly, Yan Yi stopped moving, and then he glanced at the aged trees in the surroundings. "What's wrong?" asked Yin Xian'er. Yan Yi said, "Something's not right. It has been too quiet. It's very unusual. You're just being too suspicious." Pixing frowned. He didn't like this human at all, and he would have taught Yan Yi a lesson if it weren't for Yin Xian'er. "You can stay behind if you're afraid. Well, be understanding of it. After all, you're only at the spirit realm, said Pakong. Yin glanced at Pixing and Pakong as she said, The two of you better remember your status. Their expressions turned unsightly from being berated by Yin in public. However, they didn't dare talk back to her, and just glared fiercely at Yang Yi. Yang Yi paid no attention to the two of them. He just walked over to a tree, gazed at it for 2 breaths of time, and then suddenly smashed his fist forward against the tree. Bang! The entire tree exploded into pieces, causing bits of it to spray towards the surroundings. Yang Yi frowned as he gazed at the pile of wood pieces all over the ground. Was I wrong? Ha ha! Pixing chuckled lightly while his eyes were filled with ridicule. You suspect that they are aware of our whereabouts? Asked Yin. Yang Yi nodded and said, We encountered some treants right after we entered this forest, but we haven't encountered a single one after arriving halfway up the mountain. Do you think that's normal? I think that they are aware of our whereabouts, and they know that we have 4 Exalt Realm experts on our side. That's why they haven't sent ordinary treants to deal with us. You're saying that they are prepared to annihilate us in one go? Asked Yin. It's possible, said Yang Yi. Princess, Pakong, Jin Sha, and I will definitely be able to keep you safe. Pakong glanced at Yang Yi before he spoke respectfully to Yin. Exactly, Pakong said. It's just the treant clan. With the strengths we possess, we don't have to fear them at all. It's fine if they are sensible, but if they're not, then well, just annihilate them. Jin Sha glanced at the two of them and remained silent. Even though he didn't know why Yin thought so highly of Yang Yi, he knew that this human was very strong. Not to mention anything else, just that flame he's revealed just now was sufficient to prove all of that. After all, it was a natural treasure of legend. Could someone who possessed a natural treasure be a weakling? Yin beautiful brows had knit together slightly. How could she not be aware why her subordinates were so against Yang Yi? She knew that it was mainly because of her attitude towards Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, they felt that Yang Yi wasn't worthy of her. In the end, they were thinking on her behalf. Even though she didn't like it, she couldn't scold them too much about it, or it would disappoint them. In the end, it's all because of Yang Yi. When she thought up to this point, Yin couldn't help but glare at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned when he noticed her gaze. When did I offend her? Yang Yi shook his head and said to both Pixing and Pakong, Both of you possess extraordinary strengths and are so confident, so why don't the two of you take the lead and scout ahead? With the strengths both of you possess, you'll definitely be able to deal with any danger you encounter. In that way, it wouldn't just save us a lot of time, your princess wouldn't have to take any risks. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Yin was just about to speak when Pixing spoke before her. Of course, we of the demon race aren't so cowardly like humans. Isn't it easier to say that you're afraid of death? Why beat around the bust and say all of that? Pakong glanced at Yang Yi with disdain and spoke coldly. Yang Yi didn't mind, and he just smiled. Since it's like that, then please go on ahead. The two of them grunted coldly, and then they flashed off ahead. Once they left, Yin walked over to Yang Yi and smiled spuriously as she said, I never expected that you've learned to prod others into action during this time that we've been apart. It's clearly your own subordinates who are dumb. Lu Jianyao grunted. Yin suddenly restrained her smile and said seriously, I know they are acting against you, but trust me, they don't have much ill intent towards you. They are only targeting you because of me. So, give me some face and don't make a fuss about it with them, alright? Yin knew Yang Yi's character very well. He was absolutely a demon who acted willfully. Even though he didn't make a fuss about it right now, it would be too late once he did. Because once this fellow acted, he would absolutely strike to kill and leave no room to maneuver. Yang Yi was quite speechless. Am I a person that makes a fuss about every trivial thing? Even though they seemed slightly against him, he knew that they didn't carry much ill intent, so he didn't really take it seriously. Of course, it was because of Yin. It wasn't that he'd been charmed by her beauty, but he was very clearly aware that if she wanted to protect them, then she would definitely be able to do so. After all, he hadn't forgotten the 12 gold guards she possessed. Those guards were at the spirit realm at that time, and now that so long had passed and coupled with how Shed met that mysterious Grand Preceptor, he believed that they weren't at the spirit realm anymore. All right? Please! Enchantment spoke in a gentle tone while her charming eyes seemed to be on the verge of tears. You fox! Lu Jianyao grunted. She is a fox. Yang Yi wasn't able to endure it any longer, and he immediately said, Miss Yin, I want make a fuss about it with them. Of course, the precondition is that they don't infuriate me. Otherwise, even if I can't kill them, I'll still be able to give them a lesson they are never able to forget. I'm sure you know that I'm quite a narrow-minded person at most times. So, it's best for you to keep them in line. Jin Sha's eyelids twitched when he heard Yang Yi. Isn't he a little too arrogant? Both of them are exalt-rank demon beasts while he is only at the spirit realm. Even though I don't know his exact rank in the spirit realm, head definitely not at the exalt realm yet. But a human at the spirit realm like him actually speaks about giving exalt-rank demon beasts an unforgettable lesson? And he even said all of that in such a natural manner. Is he really that formidable? Enchantment fell silent for a while before she said, I'll ask them to head back once everything is done here. Yang Yi said, There's no need for that. It's fine so long as they stop acting against me. All right, let's not talk about this anymore and hurry up, otherwise it would be troublesome for us if anything were to happen to that friend of yours. Enchantment nodded. The two of them continued forward for around 2 hours. Suddenly, Pixing's voice resounded from ahead. Their expressions changed, and they sped up. The scene which appeared before them made their expressions change again. Pekong and Pixing were tightly bound by vines that were thick like an arm, and over 100 treants were all around them. Moreover, 5 of those treants were exceptionally striking because they were actually 5 meters tall, and it would take at least 5 men holding their hands together to wrap their arms around it. Enchantment's expression changed when she witnessed this scene, and she was just about to attack when Yang Yi stopped her before he indicated that she should have a look around them. Enchantment looked around and noticed to her shock that the ordinary trees around them had actually come to life, and they'd been completely surrounded by treants. Human? The treant in the lead gazed at Yang Yi's group of 3 and instantly revealed killing intent in his eyes as he said, Don't you know that my treant clan doesn't welcome humans? As he spoke, 3 vines suddenly shot out from him and instantly arrived before Yang Yi, Lu Jianyao, and Mo Qingwei. A ray of light flashed. Hiss! 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 Those vines were instantly sliced apart. It's rude to receive but not reciprocate. Yang Yi swiftly slashed frostlight towards that treant, and a strand of violet sword she shot out violently. Everyone merely saw a ray of violet light flash before a hole had appeared on the chest of that treant. Moreover, a strand of light green liquid was flowing slowly out of that hole. The expressions of all the treants changed, and the expression of that treant in the lead changed drastically as well. He hadn't expected that this human's sword she would actually be so swift and sharp. Not only had he been unable to avoid it, it had broken through his defenses with such ease. Yang Yi frowned because he noticed that while had made a hole in that treant's body, that fellow hadn't really been affected by it. But it made sense because that hole was truly too small when compared with the treant's size. It was like a small mosquito bite. A sword cultivator! A formidable sword cultivator! The treant in the lead said in a low voice. Human, why have you come to my treant clan's territory? We're here to see Shu Xian. Enchantment said. I'm her friend, I'm from the 9-tailed fox clan. The treant's eyes narrowed slightly. He sized up Enchantment and Jin Sha who stood behind Enchantment before his gaze descended onto Yang Yi in the end. He said, She's not free to see guests today. Come back another day. What if we insist? Said Yang Yi. The treant's face fell, and he said, Human, I admit that you're very strong, but you must realize that this is the treant clan's territory. I'm letting all of you leave safely out of consideration for this 9-tailed fox, so don't try to take a yard when given an inch. Otherwise, I just have to give the order and all of you'll become fertilizer. We just want to see Shu Xian. Yinshienna's face turned gloomy as she said, Besides that, my nine-tailed fox clan doesn't like being threatened. The reason I've been polite to you is because you're from Shu Xin's clan and not because you're an exalt rank treant. Don't misunderstand my politeness for fear. I've told you that she isn't free to entertain any guests today, the treant said. Moreover, I hope you're able to understand that while it's indisputable that your nine-tailed fox clan is very strong, it doesn't represent that you can trespass into the territory of my treant clan and injure my clansmen. All of you talk too much. I really can't take it anymore. Yan Yi shook his head as he flipped his hand, and the nether ghost flame appeared in his palm. Chapter 521 Greenwood Spirit. As soon as the nether ghost flame appeared here, the air here instantly became hot, and it was even to the extent that some weeds around Yan Yi had started to burn up. Many treants in the surroundings couldn't help but move backward when they saw the nether ghost flame, and their eyes were filled with fear. Fire was a natural counter to wood, and that ball of flames aroused terror within them. Trust me, it'll burn down every single plant and tree throughout the mountain. Yan Yi played with the nether ghost flame in his hand as he glanced at all the treants around him. Human! What exactly do you want? That treant who led the group spoke in a low voice. Take me to see Shu Xian, Yan Yi said. Don't play tricks with me, otherwise I guarantee that you'll regret it. Human! If you dare to do that, then my treant clan will kill you even if we have to chase you to the ends of the world, said the treant in the lead. Is that so? Yan Yi smiled and said. I'll count to 3. If you don't agree by then I'll immediately burn this forest. Well, start right now. 1. That treant in the lead of the group stared fixedly at Yan Yi in silence. 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the nether ghost flame exploded apart with a bang, and then countless strands of flames shot towards the surroundings. All the trees that came into contact with the nether ghost flame instantly caught fire. Human, you said that you would count to 3. The treant in the lead was furious as he watched the trees in the surroundings catch fire. I've clearly reconsidered. Yan Yi laughed coldly. The nether ghost flame didn't extend swiftly towards the surroundings as it remained within his control, and it just burned some of the trees in the surroundings. Yan Yi said, My best virtue is being benevolent. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Order your forces to withdraw immediately and take us to see Shu Xian. Of course, you can attack us as well. However, I guarantee that regardless of the battle's outcome, everything in an area of 50 kilometers will transform into ashes. Do you want to give it a try? The treants in the surroundings gazed at Yan Yi with horror. Besides horror, there was even more hatred in their eyes. After all, even though those trees in the surroundings weren't alive right now, they would be in the future. Once the time came, those trees would become a member of their clan, and many of those trees were related to them. In other words, if Yan Yi were to burn the surroundings, it would be their relatives who burned. The killing intent in the eyes of the treant who led the group was seemingly material. Countless vines were wriggling incessantly around him, and he seemed like he wanted to attack. Yan Yi smiled and said, Since it's like then let's just decide it with battle. As he spoke, the nether ghost flame in his palm expanded, and it only took less than a breath of time for it to transform into a dragon that was around 20 m long. The eyelids of that treant in the lead twitched when he saw that fire dragon, and he hurriedly spoke when he saw that Yan Yi was about to release the dragon. Human, you've won. It'll take you to see Shu Xian. Bang! The fire dragon suddenly spat out a strand of flames, and a few dozen trees instantly transformed into ash. The eyes of all the treants almost split apart from rage. Sorry, it was an accident. Let's go see Shu Xian. Yan Yi smiled, and then he placed the nether ghost flame back within the tiny vortex. The face of that treant in the lead of the group twitched as he took a long glance at Yan Yi, and then he moved his hands and took both Pixing and Pekong along as he turned around and led the way. Yan Ye's gaze was solemn as he gazed at the treant because that fellow's strength was absolutely formidable. After all, how could he be weak when he was able to restrain both Pashing and Pakong? The reason that fellow had made such a compromise was definitely not merely because of the Nether Ghost Flame, because he could still deal with the Nether Ghost Flame if he were willing to pay a certain price. Yan Yi didn't know what other reason had made that treant make a compromise. We have to be careful. Meanwhile, Inshiena said, those 5 treants are at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm at the very least. Perhaps they might be fearful of the Nether Ghost Flame, but they are absolutely not terrified of it. Moreover, this is their territory. So, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill us all if they're willing to pay a certain price. Yan Yi nodded and said, I know. Let's go. Alas, I hope the trouble your friend is in isn't too huge. I'll ask her to repay you with herself once you've rescued her, alright? Inshiena blinked at him. Were you the one who spread that I lust for women? Yan Yi suddenly spoke with a serious expression on his face. Do you not? Inshiena replied with a question. Yan Yi felt speechless. 2 groups of treants were in confrontation before an enormous palace made of wood that resided at the top of Mount Heaven Shaker. Shu Xian, marry me. I'll be the king and you'll be the queen of the treant clan. We'll rule over the clan together. All right? A young man in a gentle tone towards a young woman who was being protected by a few treants in the distance. That woman called Shu Xian wasn't partially a tree and partially human, and she'd taken complete human form. But unlike ordinary humans, her hair, brows, and even eyes were dark green. Even then, all of this didn't affect the bearing and appearance she possessed. Conversely, all of this gave her a unique form of beauty. Chen Mu, you actually start to rise up in rebellion. A middle-aged woman that looked like a woman and stood by Shu Xin's side shouted. The king has just passed, yet your Scholar Tree clan is actually trying to force the next king to abdicate. Aren't you afraid that 9 generations of your family will be sentenced to death? The man called Shenmu glanced coldly at the middle-aged woman. If it weren't for that old woman, he would have taken Shu Xian and the throne a very long time ago. She really deserves death. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man by Chen Yu's side said, Chu Jin, you should be very clearly aware that Shu Xian has only just stepped foot into the spirit rank, and it would take 100 years at least for her to enter the Exalt rank. On the other hand, Chen Mu is at the peak of the spirit rank, and he just needs to obtain the Greenwood spirit to enter the Exalt rank immediately, and he'll definitely be able to attain the Monarch rank within another 100 years from now. So, he's more suitable to be the king of our treant clan. The Greenwood spirit? Shu Jin laughed coldly and said, Chen Tang, that's your true objective, right? Chen Ting, aren't you ashamed to face the past king of our treant clan? She never treated your Scholar Tree clan unfairly while she was alive, right? Now that she has just passed, your Scholar Tree clan has immediately risen in rebellion. Have your hearts been burned away? Chen Ting said in a low voice. Didn't Chen Mu say it already? He's willing to marry Shu Xian and allow her to be the queen of our treant clan. What a joke! Shu Jin laughed with ridicule. Don't act like I don't know what your objectives are. It's none other than to use Shu Xian to reassure these clans that support my Greenwood clan to maintain its royal position. If you're allowed to stabilize your power over the clan, then I think the first thing you'll do is annihilate the entire Greenwood clan, right? Shu Jin, you must realize that we're negotiating with you now, and we aren't afraid of you. 70% of the Exalt rank treants in our treant clan supports my Scholar Tree clan. The reason we're negotiating with you and allowing Chen Mu to marry Shu Xian is merely because we don't want members of our treant clan to kill each other, and weaken our overall strength. But if you continue refusing to realize your errors, then don't blame my Scholar Tree clan for being ruthless, said Chen Ting in a cold voice. Uncle Chen, does your Scholar Tree clan really want the throne that badly? Meanwhile, that woman called Shu Xian spoke abruptly. A wisp of hesitation flashed through his eyes when he heard her call him uncle, but his eyes quickly became icy cold again as he said, Shu Xian, do you think that you can lead the Treat clan to prosperity? Shu Xian fell silent for a while before she said, I can give the throne to you. What? The trance by Xu Xin's side was shocked. Xu Jin intended to say something, but Chinteng said, Really? Xu Xian waved her hand to stop Xu Jin before she said, But I have a condition. These trance who have chosen to follow me must be allowed to leave with me. Chinteng glanced at them and said, I agree, but I have a condition as well. You must leave the Greenwood spirit behind. The essence within the Greenwood spirit was capable of allowing a trant below the monarch rank to rise a rank in their cultivation. Even if it were a monarch rank trant, the benefits provided by the Greenwood spirit would be able to improve that trant's strength. So, how could he allow Xu Xian to take such a treasure with her? That's out of the question. Xu Xian immediately refused. This is a treasure of my Greenwood clan, and it absolutely can't fall into the hands of an outsider. Since it's like that, then don't blame my Scholar Tree clan for being ruthless. A wisp of gloominess flashed through Chinteng's eyes. Xu Xian flipped her palm, and a green pearl floated out from her mouth and landed on her palm. She gazed at the dark green pearl and said, This Greenwood spirit was condensed from the essence of my ancestor, and it's an inherited treasure in my Greenwood clan. I, Xu Xian, would become a sinner of my Greenwood clan if I were to let it fall into the hands of an outsider. So, if your Scholar Tree clan intends to take it by force, then it'll have no choice but to destroy it. Chinteng's expression changed, but he laughed with ridicule right away. Xu Xian, do you think I'm an idiot? The Greenwood spirit was condensed from the essence of a half-saint expert, so can you even destroy it? Alright, let's not waste our energy anymore. It'll give you one last chance. Leave it behind and it'll allow all of you to leave, otherwise my Scholar Tree clan will annihilate your Greenwood clan today. 10 trants that were over 150 m tall appeared behind Chinteng. Xu Xian and Xu Jin's expressions changed upon laying eyes on those trants. Because those were 10 Exalt rank trants, and there were 11 of them if Chinteng was included. On the other hand, they only had 4 Exalt rank trants on their side. The gap between their strengths was too huge. Xu Xian, leave with Xu Yuan and the others first. Your uncle Xu Qing and I will stop them. Don't be disobedient at a time like this. You must remember that the Greenwood clan will only have hope if you're alive, said Xu Jin in a low voice. Xu Xian shook her head and said, If we're going to leave, then we'll leave together. Xu Jin was furious. She was just about to say something when Chinteng shouted, Attack! Xu Xian? Right at this moment, the voice of a human resounded. Xu Xian looked over towards the source of the voice, and she was instantly delighted upon seeing its owner. She said, Chiener, it's you. It was exactly Yan Yes group that had arrived. Swoosh! Suddenly, the Greenwood spirit on Xu Xin's palm transformed into a green ray of light that entered into Yan Yes' body. Xu Sun and all the trants from the Greenwood clan were astounded while Chinteng's face fell. Yang Yi was stunned as well. What flew into me? Right when he was about to investigate, a ray of green light flew out from his body, and it was exactly that green pearl which was on Xu Xin's palm. The members of the Greenwood clan heaved sighs of relief. Xu Xian was just about to summon the Greenwood spirit back to herself, but it suddenly transformed into a green ray of light and entered Yan Ye's body again. Everyone in the surroundings was at a loss for what to say when they witnessed such a scene. 1. TL note: the Scholar Tree is a real type of tree. Chapter 522 Threatened. The first time it entered Yan Ye's body, or to be more precise, the first time it entered Yan Ye's tiny vortex, the violet cloud lightning, nether ghost flame, and ninth hell cold gale within the tiny vortex had revealed extremely strong hostility towards this outsider. When the Greenwood spirit saw 3 natural treasures that weren't inferior to it upon entering the tiny vortex, its instincts made it flee immediately. However, it had just fled when the tiny vortex within Yan Yi had suddenly sucked it in again. Because it was the tiny vortex that had done it, all 3 natural treasures didn't dare to reveal hostility towards the Greenwood spirit. But even then, they still rejected it. The Greenwood spirit relaxed when it noticed that those 3 fellows had stopped revealing hostility towards it, and it started to go all around the tiny vortex while filled with curiosity. Just like when those other 3 natural treasures had just arrived at the tiny vortex, it was filled with curiosity and excitement. But in next to no time, a little girl appeared before it. The greenwood spirit was shocked upon seeing her, and it wanted to flee. However, the little girl merely gestured with her hand and the greenwood spirit had descended onto her palm. She rubbed the greenwood spirit before puckering her lips. "You're ignorant and haven't formed high levels of intelligence. You're dumb just like those other 3 fellows. Even though you can't be a toy for me, you're still quite useless to that fool Yang Yi. If you want to stay here, then release your energy and help him improve his strength." The greenwood spirit immediately started shaking from left to right. "You're unwilling?" The little girl frowned and said, "Trust me, it'll crush you right now." The 9th hell cold gale, nether ghost flame, and violet cloud lightning seemed to desire to curry favor with the little girl, so they circled around the greenwood spirit and started to exert their formidable pressures onto the greenwood spirit. The greenwood spirit was horrified, and it hurriedly started moving upward and downward, but it wasn't long before it shook from left to right again. It seemed to be conveying something to the little girl. The frown on the little girl's face eased up after a short while passed, and she said, "I know it'll sap your vitality. Oh, do you sense all the abundant energy here? After you release your energy, you can stay here to recuperate. It'll only take you half a month at most to recover with the energy and primordial violet energy here." The greenwood spirit seemed to be hesitant. "Trust me, it'll wipe off your intelligence right now and create a completely new one for you right now." The little girl was quite angry. The greenwood spirit's body trembled when it heard this, and it didn't dare hesitate for a second longer. It immediately started trembling violently, and then countless fine balls of green energy erupted from within it. All of these balls of energy flowed along Yan Yi's meridians and started spreading slowly through his entire body. Yan Yi hadn't even been able to figure out what was going on when he felt a strand of terrifying energy erupt within him, and it caused his expression to change drastically. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and hurriedly regulated that terrifying energy. This sudden change in the situation caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned. Why did the greenwood spirit enter into the body of a human? Only Qingting and Xu Xin's expressions had changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Because they were very clearly aware that the greenwood spirit was helping that human improve his strength. No matter how they racked their brains, they were unable to figure out why the greenwood spirit would suddenly enter the body of a human, and even help that human improve his strength. After all, the greenwood spirit would have to exhaust a huge amount of its energy every single time it helped someone improve their strength. Why would the greenwood spirit exhaust its energy to help that human? Yin Xianer and the others were slightly stunned by this sudden scene as well. However, Yin Xianer quickly came to an understanding. She was aware of Yang Yi's secrets, so she understood why the greenwood spirit had chosen Yang Yi. But the current situation is very bad because Yang Yi is clearly about to advance in his cultivation, and there are many treants in the surroundings who are hostile to him. Qingting gazed at that treant who had brought Yang Yi's group here and berated. "Yu Tong, why have you brought these humans to our royal palace?" That treant called Yu Tong glanced at Qingting and said, "Qingting, your Scholar Tree clan isn't the king of our treant clan yet. Become the king first if you want to start shouting at me." Qingting's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Yu Tong, what are you trying to say?" "Nothing much," Yu Tong said. "The fight for the throne between the Greenwood clan and your Scholar Tree clan isn't related to my Parasol Tree clan. My clan has guarded the surroundings of Mount Heaven Shaker for generations, and we're only responsible for Mount Heaven Shaker's safety. We won't participate in the struggles for power within the clan. This is something that has been so in the past, is now, and will never change in the future." Xu Xin's face dimmed when she heard Yu Tong. Because if she could obtain the Parasol Tree clan's help, then even if her Greenwood clan couldn't remain as the royal clan of the Treant clan, it wouldn't be a problem for them to protect themselves. Unfortunately, Qingting's expression was quite horrifyingly gloomy, but he didn't dare use force against Yu Tong. The Parasol Tree clan was a huge clan amongst the Treant clans, and it even held power over 40% of the entire Trant clan's military strength. So, if the Parasol Tree and Greenwood clans were to join forces, then it would definitely be a calamity for his Scholar Tree clan. But he'll definitely have a chance to deal with the Parasol Tree clan once we've seized the throne. Chen Teng's gaze descended onto Yang Yi and said, "Attack! Seize the Greenwood spirit first! Don't you dare!" Yin Xian'er walked over to stand before Yang Yi while Jin Sha transformed back into his original form. Moreover, Yin Xian'er waved her hand and caused 5 gold guards to appear around Yang Yi. She said, "Chen Teng, if you dare to attack today, then I guarantee that my husband will definitely incinerate your entire clan." Chen Teng's eyelids twitched when he saw those gold guards. They are actually all Exalt Realm experts, and they are equivalent to human experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm. Chen Teng said in a low voice, "Your nine-tailed fox clan has always lived in harmony with my Trant clan, so what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to declare war against my Trant clan? Chen Teng, what right do you have to represent the Trant clan?" Yin Xian'er laughed coldly. "Moreover, in doing this for your own good. My husband is a very petty man. If he finds out you wanted to kill him and flares up because of it, then your Scholar Tree clan will probably be eliminated from this world. Don't even think that I'm just scaring you." Amo Qingwei frowned when she heard this. She glanced at Yin Xian'er while she thought. She's intentionally baiting the Scholar Tree clan to attack him? Does she want him to help the Greenwood clan? "Ha ha!" Chen Teng roared with laughter. He laughed for a while before he pointed at Yang Yi and said, "Him? Annihilate my Scholar Tree clan? Do you think he's the mortal Emperor Luo Jun? What a fucking joke! He's just an ant at the spirit realm, so how could he possess the ability to annihilate my clan? Nine-tailed fox, is there something wrong with your head? Then why don't you give it a try?" Yin Xian'er spoke indifferently. "Then I shall." Chen Teng spoke with a ferocious expression on his face. "Kill them!" The trance from the Scholar Tree clan who stood behind Chen Teng immediately pounced at Yin Xian'er's group. On the other hand, Chen Teng himself returned to his original form, and he slapped his enormous palm down towards Yang Yi. "Jin Sha!" Yin Xian'er shouted loudly. Jin Sha, who had returned to his original form, howled ferociously as he pounced at Chen Teng. "Greenwood clan, heed my orders. The Scholar Tree clan has staged a rebellion. Kill them without mercy." Meanwhile, Shu Xian spoke abruptly. It was undoubtedly a good opportunity for the Greenwood clan because they had Yin Xian'er's help, so the amount of Exalt rank experts they possessed wasn't inferior to the Scholar Tree clan anymore. But the Greenwood spirit. Shu Xian glanced at Yang Yi when she thought about it, and then she said in her heart, "He's a friend of Xian'er's, so he probably won't take it by force." The members of the Greenwood clan didn't hesitate upon hearing Shu Xin's order, and they immediately attacked the Scholar Tree clan. The battle erupted completely, yet Yang Yi was still seated cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed tightly. At this moment, that green-colored energy had filled his entire body, and all he had to do was absorb it as quickly as possible. As Yang Yi absorbed more and more of it, his cultivation rose straight up like a rocket. Less than 15 minutes had passed before Head attained the 9th rank of the Spirit Realm from his initial cultivation at the 7th rank of the Spirit Realm, and the Greenwood spirit within the tiny vortex was still releasing the green energy without end. Bang! Chen Teng's enormous palm collided forcefully against Jin Sha's huge tail, and an enormous bang resounded. After that, both Crocodile and Trance retreated more than 80 m back. Chen Teng glanced towards the surroundings, and his face immediately fell when he noticed that his side was disadvantaged. He hesitated for a moment before a wisp of a savage expression surged onto his face. He said, "Greenwood clan, you forced me to do this. The Greenwood clan will cease to exist from today onward. Ling Tianyu, I agree to your exalted Han Empire's request, so lend me a hand." Ha ha! Right at this moment, roaring laughter resounded before a red-robed man appeared with 5 black-clothed figures. The red-robed man laughed and said, "Chen Teng, you should have agreed earlier. We would have been able to help you annihilate the Greenwood clan a long time ago, and it wouldn't have to have come to this." Chen Teng said in a low voice, Ling Tianyu, lend me a hand. I'll agree to your conditions. Of course. Of course. The red-robed man smiled. However, I want to add another condition. I want the greenwood spirit. Ling Tianyu, what's the meaning of this? Chen Ting glared angrily at Ling Tianyu. Ling Tianyu smiled and said, Chen Ting, if it was in your hands, then I would naturally not make such a request because we're associates. Unfortunately, it doesn't belong to you. What I mean is the greenwood spirit will belong to whomever has the ability to obtain it, all right? Chen Ting fell silent for a short while before he said, All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ting swung his arms, and then countless vines shot violently towards Yang Yi. On the other hand, the red-robed man laughed coldly, and then his figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Stop them! Yin Xian'er was extremely shocked. She was just about to charge over when an exalt rank expert of the Scholar Tree clan stopped her. The 5 gold guards had just moved in response, but they were immediately stopped by those 5 black-clothed figures. Jin Sha had stopped Chen Ting, but the red-robed man had arrived in front of Yang Yi. He smiled lightly as he gazed at Yang Yi, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, and then he stretched out his hand and clawed at Yang Yi's head. Right at this moment, Lu Jianyao arrived before Yang Yi, and a ray of light shot violently at the red-robed man. 7th level sword intent? The red-robed man was slightly surprised and didn't dare underestimate the strength of this attack. He stretched out his hand and clenched his palm, causing the ray of light to stop in midair before it exploded apart. Lu Jianyao was astounded. She was just about to attack again when an enormous palm had arrived above her head. Chapter 523 Cousin Brother? Another ray of light which came from a sword flashed swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and it pierced through the enormous palm that was above Lu Jianyao. Hiss! Lu Jianyao watched with astonishment as the enormous palm was sliced into 2, and fresh blood streamed out from it. H! A shrill cry resounded. All the Treants stopped fighting, and they had surprise in their eyes as they looked towards the source of the shrill cry. Ling Tianyu was a 6th rank Exalt Realm expert, so not to mention a palm, even an entire severed arm could be regrown instantaneously by an expert of such level. But at this moment, he noticed to his horror that no matter how he urged his energy, that palm was impossible to regrow. Moreover, a strand of terrifying energy was corroding the area where his palm had been sliced off. Lu Jianyao was delighted when she witnessed this scene, and then she turned around and saw that Yang Yi, who was seated cross-legged on the ground just now, had stood up. Moreover, the ancient sheath of the Sword Emperor was in his hand. You're finally awake! Lu Jianyao spoke happily. Yang Yi nodded and then he said, Thank you for just now. It was the critical moment of his advancement just now, and the consequences of being disturbed by the red-robed man would be unimaginable. Why be so polite? Lu Jianyao smiled and said, You've saved me on numerous occasions. I've merely saved you once. Yang Yi smiled and said, All right, leave the rest to me. Sword intent. 9th level sword intent. 9th level sword intent. You're Yang Yi. Right at this moment, the red-robed man suddenly gazed at Yang Yi while his eyes were filled with shock. Yang Yi wasn't someone unfamiliar to him at all because Yang Yi was a formidable enemy of his lord, the mortal emperor. However, he hadn't imagined that Yang Yi had actually attained 9th level sword intent. 9th level sword intent. I must notify the mortal emperor. Otherwise, Yang Yi might take my lord by surprise. When he thought up to this point, Ling Tianyu didn't wait for Yang Yi's reply. He immediately waved his left hand, and then a spatial rift appeared in front of him. However, had just intended to enter that rift when 4 rays of light had appeared in front of him. Ling Tianyu was horrified. He was just about to enter the spatial rift, but it was too late for him to do it now. He was a 6th rank Exalt Realm expert at any rate, so his reaction wasn't slow at all. He immediately and decisively gave up on the spatial rift, and he stretched out his left hand to create a spatial cage. Those 4 rays of light were trapped by the spatial cage, but only a mere instant passed before they blasted it into pieces. And then everyone watched as sword after sword stabbed through Ling Tianyu's chest while he still hadn't recovered from his shock. You've already. Ling Tianyu gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. He seemed to want to say something, but he didn't have the chance because the sword intent within his body had suddenly exploded apart under Yang Yi's command, and his internal organs were immediately minced into pieces, causing him to immediately close his eyes and mouth. The others in the surroundings were flabbergasted. A 6th rank Exalt Realm expert has died just like that. Yin Xian'er glanced at Yang Yi while she seemed to have thought of something. And Mo Qingwei gazed at Yang Yi while undisguised shock and fear could be seen in her eyes. Lu Jianyeo's eyes glowed instead, and her eyes were filled with excitement and delight. Chen Ting and the other treants had gazes that were filled with disbelief instead. Isn't that human a spirit realm profounder? How could he possibly kill Ling Tianyu, a 6th rank Exalt Realm expert, with just a single attack? Besides that, he's Yang Yi? That human is the so-called Sword Emperor of the human world? Yang Yi gestured with his right hand, and then he placed the red-robed man's corpse into the ancient sheath. After that, he looked at the 5 black-clothed figures in the surroundings. The 5 of them intended to retreat as soon as they heard Ling Tianyu expose Yang Yi's identity. After all, they'd heard of his reputation. Even though Yang Yi was just a spirit realm profounder, it wasn't a secret that he could kill Exalt Realm experts. Moreover, had just killed Ling Tianyu, a 6th rank Exalt Realm expert, right before their very eyes. So, how could they dare to continue staying here? But it was too late for them to run as well. Because Yin Xian'er had commanded the gold guards that they were keeping busy earlier to start keeping them busy instead. While the 5 gold guards kept those 5 black-clothed figures busy, those 4 Dao artifacts of Yang Yi transformed into 4 rays of light that moved incessantly through the surroundings, and it wasn't long before all 5 of them had been killed. Yang Yi didn't take their corpses because they were too weak. "Chen Teng, where are you going?" Right at this moment, Xu Jin suddenly shouted loudly, and then her figure flashed over to obstruct Chen Teng's path. At the same time, the members of the Greenwood clan hurriedly surrounded Chen Ting and all the other members of the Scholar Tree clan. "Xu Jin, do you really intend to fight to the death?" said Chen Ting in a low voice. "Fight to the death?" Xu Jin laughed coldly and said, "Chen Ting, do you think that your Scholar Tree clan still has the ability to fight us to the death?" "Scholar Tree clan!" Meanwhile, Shu Xian suddenly said, "If all of you merely fought for the throne, then it would still be an internal matter of our Treant clan in the end. But now, you've colluded with human profounders from the outside world to act against our Treant clan. Have you forgotten the teachings of our ancestors? Colluding with humans?" Chen Ting roared with laughter and pointed at Yang Yi as he said, "Shu Xian, has your Greenwood clan not colluded with humans? Forget it, the winner is always in the right. Now that my Scholar Tree clan has lost, it doesn't represent that we'll just allow ourselves to be slaughtered by your Greenwood clan. If worse comes to worse, we'll just fight it out until both sides suffer heavy losses or annihilation." Shu Xian glanced at Yang Yi's group, and then she pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "Members of the Scholar Tree clan, hear me. I know all of you only rose up in rebellion because you were deluded by Qin Tang and his lying. The previous king just returned to the embrace of the world, and I don't want to create any more unnecessary slaughter. So, I swear on the ancestors of my Greenwood clan that I'll let bygones be bygones if all of you stop resisting, and I'll only kill Qin Tang's line of treants." Many members of the Scholar Tree clan were quite tempted when they heard this. Qin Tang's expression changed when he noticed this, and he hurriedly said, "Members of the Scholar Tree clan, hear me. All of you have the blood of countless members of the Greenwood clan on your hands. Do you think the Greenwood clan would really spare all of you? If all of you give up on resistance now, then once she becomes the new king and takes full control of the Treant clan, that moment will be the time all of you meet your dooms." Many of them who were previously tempted started to hesitate when they heard Qin Ting. Right at this moment, the 4 Dao artifacts which were floating before Yang Yi had suddenly moved. They transformed into 4 rays of light that shot violently towards Qin Ting. The latter was horrified, and he sent countless vines to envelop down upon those 4 Tao artifacts. However, those vines weren't able to stop those 4 Tao artifacts at all, and they practically encountered no resistance at all as they slashed those vines into countless pieces. After that, those 4 rays of light flashed about incessantly through Chen Ting's enormous body. They returned to Yan Yi 2 breaths of time later. Chen Ting's enormous eyes stared fixedly at Yan Yi while they were filled with boundless resentment and horror. 2 more breaths of time before an explosion suddenly resounded as Chen Ting exploded apart before the eyes of everyone. Yan Yi glanced at the members of the Scholar Tree clan whose eyes were filled with astonishment, and then he gazed at Shu Xian who was still shocked as he said, "Miss Shu Xian, you can ask them to surrender now. I think that they won't have any other thoughts now." Yang Yi felt that had benefited from the Greenwood clan, so he should do something for them. Moreover, he did feel a trace of uneasiness. Shu Xian glanced at Yang Yi. Unfortunately, Yang Yi was wearing a cloak, so she wasn't able to lay eyes on his appearance, and she said, "Thank you?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he moved aside. Yin Xianer glanced at Yang Yi while she fell into deep thought. She knew that Yang Yi would truly be rising to prominence from this day onward, and the era of the Sword Emperor was truly arriving. "Yang Yi, are you at the Exalt realm now?" Lu Jianyao ran over to Yang Yi and asked with excitement. Perhaps it was because she was too excited or perhaps it was because of something else, but she didn't call him Yi Yang anymore. Yang Yi didn't answer her question. He just smiled, and then glanced at Mo Qingwei as he said, "Miss Mo, should we have a chat?" Mo Qingyu's body stiffened. Lu Jianyao hurriedly spoke upon noticing the state Mo Qingwei was in. "Qingwei, don't be worried. Even though he's very bad sometimes, he's usually never the first to offend or attack another. He won't kill you to keep you quiet." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Mo Qingwei smiled and nodded. At a remote area on the mountain, Yan Yi and Mo Qingwei were walking slowly through the forest. "Should I call you the Sword Emperor Yan Yi Yan or cousin brother?" Mo Qingwei broke the silence between them. Yan Yi stopped moving. He turned his head to gaze at her as he said, "You're aware of my identity?" Mo Qingwei nodded and said, "My Mo clan suspected you were a member of the Mo clan when you killed Mo Qingyu. Because Mo Qingyu had a soul chaser brand which an expert of my Mo clan left within her. So, logically speaking, that soul chaser brand should have been transferred onto your soul once you killed her. But that didn't happen. There are only 2 ways to explain that. Firstly, you were too strong, and you eliminated the brand. But it was clearly impossible with the strength you possessed at that time. The second explanation is that you're a member of my Mo clan because the Soul Chaser brand doesn't work against members of the Mo clan." Yan Yi asked. "So, the Mo clan started to investigate me?" Mo Qingwei nodded and said, "My Mo clan would have definitely sent experts to kill you if you were mediocre. Because Mo Qingyu was a genius of my Mo clan, and you would have to die for killing her, even if you were the illegitimate son of the patriarch. However, you weren't mediocre at all. You were a genius who was even more monstrous than Mo Qingwei. So, the Mo clan didn't send experts after you and started to investigate you instead," Yang Yi said. "They found out the truth in the end?" Mo Qingwei nodded. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Are those members of the Mo clan who harmed my mother and grandmother still at the Mo clan?" Mo Qingyu's eyelids twitched, and she remained silent for a short while before she said, "They are, and they are quite powerful in the Mo clan." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Go back to the Mo clan. If you head to the Saint Ruins with your current strength, then it's very likely that you won't be able to return alive. Even though the treasures within the ruins are precious, you should act according to the limits of your ability." Yang Yi turned around and walked away when he finished speaking. Mo Qingwei suddenly said, "Aren't you going to return to the Mo clan to have a look?" Yang Yi stopped moving and said, "I will. Help me pass a message to the current patriarch, or someone who can make the decisions. Regardless of what their status is in the Mo clan, all those who caused the death of my grandmother and forced my mother to flee for her life all those years ago must pay with their lives. Right, let me ask you something. Has the Mo clan sided with Luo Jun? Mo Qingwei was stunned, and then she said, It hasn't. Luo Jun has sent people to contact our clan, but the various elders of the clan had differing opinions towards it. What a pity. It would have been great if the Mo clan sided with Luo Jun. That way, I would have an excuse to annihilate the Mo clan. Yang Yi's figure flashed and vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Mo Qingyu's delicate figure trembled when she heard Yang Yi. She knew that he wasn't joking, and he wasn't trying to intimidate her as well. That was his true thoughts and what he truly intended to do. Of course, most importantly, she felt that Yang Yi wasn't talking nonsense at all because he could definitely accomplish it. Even if he couldn't accomplish it now, he would definitely be able to accomplish it in the future, and it wouldn't take too long from now. Is his identity as a member of the Mo clan a blessing or calamity for our Mo clan? Chapter 524 Vassal. Greenwood Palace. It's all thanks to you, Xianer, that my Greenwood clan was able to turn the situation around and put an end to the rebellion. We're best friends, so I won't speak too many words of thanks. Just let me know if you need my Trant clan's help in the future. Shu Xian sat on a throne made of vines while she smiled and spoke to Yin Xianer. Many elders of the Trant clan who were present here nodded when they heard Shu Xian. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was much stronger than the Trant clan, so if they could ally themselves with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, then it would definitely be an extremely good thing for the Trant clan. Yin Xianer smiled and said, Xianer, aren't you going to thank my husband? I wouldn't have been able to repel the experts of the exalted Han Empire if it wasn't for him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hurriedly said, There's no need to thank me, no need at all. It was something I ought to have done, really. The gazes of many Trants descended onto Yang Yi. They had a good impression of this human before them because it was exactly he who had killed the experts of the exalted Han Empire and the patriarch of the Scholar Tree clan, and that was why the Greenwood clan was able to turn the situation around. It could be said that the Greenwood clan would have perished if it wasn't for this human. Xu Xin's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. She was filled with curiosity towards Yang Yi. Because he possessed such terrifying strength at such a young age, and he was even the Sword Emperor of this age. It made her wonder if the appearance of such a genius amongst the humans was a blessing or calamity to the demon race. Shu Xian remained silent for a moment before she glanced at Yin Xianer, and then she nodded to Xu Jin who stood by her side. The latter hesitated slightly before she nodded, turned around, and left. Only a little while passed before Xu Jin returned, and she was carrying a small green bottle in her hand. The expressions of many Trants in the surroundings changed upon laying eyes on that bottle. Some seemed to intend to say something, but Xu Jin glared fiercely at them and stopped them from speaking. Shu Xian took the small bottle from Xu Jin, and then she walked over to Yang Yi and said, Young Master Yang, words aren't enough to express my gratitude nor am I able to repay your kindness. There are 3 drops of life water here. It's just a small display of my Trant clan's gratitude, so I hope that you don't refuse. Life water. Yin Xianer was visibly moved, and she said, Xianer, how generous of you! You're actually giving this fellow life water which is only inferior in value to the Greenwood spirit within your Treat clan. Even am slightly jealous now. If you want it, then I'll give you a drop later, Xianer. Shu Xian smiled. Yin Xianer shook her head and said, There are only 10 drops of this every 1,000 years, and it's extremely precious to your Trant clan, so how could I possibly ask for it from you? In any case, giving it to him is like giving it to me. There's no distinction between the two of us. As she spoke, she received the green bottle on Yang Yi's behalf and sized it up incessantly. Yang Yi said, Life water? Can it improve one's strength? Yin Xianer rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, Even though it can't improve a person's strengths, it's much more precious than treasures which improve a person's strength. Regardless of how heavy your injuries are in the future, or even if the meridians or bones throughout your body are shattered, you'll still be able to recover immediately upon consuming a drop of this. It's that miraculous? Yang Yi wasn't able to maintain his calm anymore. had originally intended to refuse because of the greenwood spirit, but now, he felt that anyone who refused the life water was an idiot. Shu Xian suddenly said, "Right, young Master Yang, I have a request." Yang Yi's heart twitched when he heard this, and he said, "Here it comes." Shu Xian didn't wait for Yang Yi to refuse or agree before she said, "The greenwood spirit is a precious treasure of my Treant clan, and it's of utmost importance to my Treant clan. So, I hope young Master Yang is able to return it to us. You've done a great kindness to my Treant clan, so if young Master Yang needs anything, then my Treant clan will agree to anything besides the greenwood spirit that is within my Treant clan's ability. Please!" As soon as she finished speaking, she made a full bow to Yang Yi. All the Treants within the hall shot their gazes towards Yang Yi as well. Enchantment stopped playing with the life water as well, and she shot her gaze towards Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi smiled bitterly because what he was worried about the most had occurred in the end. He said, "Miss Shu Xian, to be honest, even though the greenwood spirit is a precious treasure that's useful to me, I'm really not shameless enough to take possession of it by force. Even you saw it for yourself. It was the greenwood spirit that flew into my body. What I'm trying to say is that it isn't that I'm unwilling to return it to you, but the greenwood spirit itself is unwilling to leave." Shu Xin's beautiful brows knit together slightly while the other members of the Treant clan revealed slightly hostile expressions. They only had a single thought in their hearts, and it was that this rather agreeable human actually intended to take possession of the greenwood spirit by force. Yang Yi said, "I know all of you don't believe me, but that's the facts of the matter." Yang Yi was rather depressed at this moment. Indeed, no one would feel happy from being regarded as a thief. He knew that the reason the greenwood spirit was staying within his body was mainly because it had taken a liking to the tiny vortex. But the problem was that he was unable to explain all of it to these Treants. Many Treants in the surroundings were filled with indignation when they heard such a shameless answer from Yang Yi. If Yang Yi hadn't helped them earlier, and if it wasn't because of the strength that Yang Yi possessed, many Treants would have probably attacked by now. Meanwhile, Enchantment suddenly said, "Chiner, he should be telling the truth." Shu Xian gazed at Enchantment with a puzzled expression. Enchantment glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Is it the reason?" Yang Yi knew what Enchantment was speaking about, and he immediately nodded. Enchantment gazed at Shu Xian and said, "Chiner, you might really be unable to get it back. I can guarantee that he isn't trying to take possession of your greenwood spirit. As for the reason, he probably won't tell you it. As for me, I can't tell you as well. Otherwise, he'll definitely kill me. I'm truly sorry. I never expected that this would happen as well." Shu Xian smiled bitterly. If Enchantment wasn't a good friend of hers, then she might really suspect that they were working together to trick her and take the greenwood spirit. She chose to believe Enchantment in the end. Moreover, her intuition told her that this fellow called Yang Yi wasn't such a person. Even though they'd only known each other for a short while, she knew that he was a very proud person. If he really wanted to take the greenwood spirit by force, then he would absolutely not give her such a long explanation. But could it be that I really have to give away the treasure of my greenwood clan? Not to mention that she refused to agree to that, even the entire Treant clan would probably not agree to it. "Are you not going to do something?" Enchantment glared at him and said, "Even though it wasn't intentional, you still can't avoid the fact that you're still partially responsible, right?" Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not trying to act shamelessly. Even though this pearl is very good indeed and is very useful to me, to be honest, it isn't precious enough that I have to act shamelessly to obtain it. Alright, I really am partially responsible. How about we do this? Miss Xian, name a price and I'll buy this pearl, alright? Buy it." Shu Jin was furious. She glared at Yang Yi and said, "That pearl is like a natural treasure. You want to buy a natural treasure with money? How laughable! Do you know what a natural treasure is? Do you know what it is?" "I do." Yang Yi nodded. Truthfully speaking, he naturally did. He had 3 natural treasures within him, so how could he not? "You do? I don't think you do." Shu Jin spoke furiously. Every single natural spirit is favored by the heavens and the earth. You can't even imagine how precious they are. You. When she spoke up to this point, Shu Jin's voice had stopped abruptly, and she gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. To be precise, she was looking at the ball of flames and a bolt of violet lightning on Yang Yi's palms. Bang! A violet gale appeared out of nowhere, and the 9th hell sword wings appeared on Yang Yi's back. 3 natural treasures. All the trance in the surroundings were dumbstruck as they gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, "Look, I really do know. I'm not trying to show off, and I just want to tell all of you that while your greenwood spirit is precious, it really isn't precious to the point that I have to act shamelessly to take it by force. I know that I'm in the wrong, so tell me what I have to do so that you'll give up on this pearl. If you really refuse to give up on taking it back, then to be honest, I will have no choice but to flee." You! Shu Jin's body trembled with fury. Shu Xian waved her hand and said, "It's fine. Young Master Yang's strength is extraordinary, and my Trant clan can't afford to offend young Master Yang. So we'll just give it to you as repayment for your kindness of saving our Trant clan." If it was any other person, then she would naturally not take the initiative to give the greenwood spirit away. But she was helpless against Yang Yi, completely helpless. She still hadn't forgotten the scene when Yang Yi killed Shinting just now. Yang Yi felt slightly embarrassed when he heard this. He had no choice but to look towards Yin Xian'er in the end, as he hoped that she would have a way to deal with this. Yin Xian'er rolled her eyes at Yang Yi, and then she gazed at Shu Xian as she pointed at Yang Yi and said, "Xian'er, what do you think about his strength?" Shu Xian was stunned, and then she glanced at Yang Yi and fell into deep thought for a while. She said, "He's very strong. I'm afraid that there aren't many in the entire demon race who can go against him." Yin Xian'er smiled, and then she looked at the other trance in the surroundings and said, "He's the Sword Emperor of this era. His natural talent even slightly surpasses the Sword Sect's founding ancestor from all those years ago. I guarantee that it won't be long before he'll definitely become unparalleled throughout the world, just like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor was all those years ago. Everyone, the greenwood spirit is precious indeed, but it's only an object in the end. Do you think that a favor from a future extraordinary expert or an object like the greenwood spirit is more precious?" The trance and the surroundings fell silent. If they hadn't watched Yang Yi kill Qinteng in an instant just now, they would definitely not believe Yin Xian'er. Yet now, they couldn't deny that this human before them was very strong. Most importantly, he was very young and only around the age of 20. Yin Xian'er gazed at Shu Xian and said, "Xian'er, you have to realize that the Trant clan doesn't possess a monarch realm expert." Shu Jin's entire body trembled when she heard this. She understood what Yin Xian'er meant. If a clan didn't possess a monarch realm expert or the protection of a formidable power or expert in this world which was about to fall into great chaos, then that clan could be annihilated or enslaved by others at any moment. Shu Xian fell silent. Right at this moment, a ray of green light flowed out slowly from within Yang Yi, and Shu Xian revealed an excited expression when she saw it. Because the greenwood spirit was taking the initiative to communicate with her. After all, the greenwood spirit had rarely communicated with her grandmother while it was in her grandmother's possession. A short while later, dense shock could be seen in Shu Jin's eyes. After the green light vanished, Shu Xian didn't hesitate to speak immediately. "Young Master Yang, I want to make my Trant clan a vassal of yours. I hope you don't refuse." "Huh!" Yang Yi was stunned. It wasn't just Yang Yi. Even Yin Xian'er and all the trance here were stunned. Chapter 525 The Desert of Exile. "Become a vassal of mine?" Yang Yi was stunned. Shu Xian nodded and said, "Young Master Yang, you've seen it as well. The Exalt Han Empire is targeting my Trant clan. My clan's current strength isn't sufficient to go against the exalted Han Empire at all. Moreover, the world is about to fall into chaos, so there'll definitely be a battle between the human race and demon race. My Trant clan's home isn't within the demon territory, so we're utterly unable to resist if the exalted Han Empire intends to attack us. Young Master Yang is the only one throughout the world who can go against the mortal emperor, Luo Jun. Shu Xian wasn't doing this impulsively, and it was mainly because of two reasons. The first reason was the Greenwood spirit. Even though the Greenwood spirit wasn't able to communicate very clearly with her just now, she understood that it wanted her to form a good relationship with Yan Yi. Secondly, it was because of the strength and potential that Yan Yi had revealed. She firmly believed that he would definitely rise to prominence, and coupled with Yin Xianer's attitude towards him, she had decided to make a gamble. The elders of the Treant clan who were about to speak out in rejection had fallen silent upon hearing her. All of them were Treants that had attained intelligence, so they were naturally clearly aware that Shu Xian wasn't wrong at all. The Treant clan really did need formidable backing, and they only wondered whether the forces standing behind Yan Yi were strong. "Miss Shu Xian, are you sure?" asked Yan Yi. Shu Xian nodded and said, "How could I joke around on such an important matter? You won't regret it?" "I won't." Yan Yi nodded and said, "Since it's like that, then make preparations immediately and move your Treant clan to the southern territory." Yan Yi naturally wouldn't refuse because even though the Treant clan had no monarch realm experts, their forces couldn't be underestimated at all. In any case, the more the better. "Move?" Shu Xian was stunned. "Of course," Yan Yi said. "Do you think Luo Jun would let your clan go if he found out that you've sided with me? Wouldn't it be extremely easy for him to annihilate your Treant clan in the Central Territory? So you have to move to the Southern Territory because only there would your safety be guaranteed. After all, Luo Jun's forces don't possess absolute power there." Shu Xian fell silent. Moving the entire Treant clan meant giving up on their current territory, and she could imagine all the trouble it would cause and how many Treants would be against it. The slightest mistake might even cause chaos to appear in the situation within the Treant clan that had just been stabilized. "Perhaps we can side with the exalted Han Empire. We wouldn't have to move if we did that." Right at this moment, another one of the Treants spoke abruptly. Many of the others were quite tempted by this suggestion. "Shit!" cried Yin Xianer in his heart. Sure enough, Yan Yi laughed coldly and said, "Side with the exalted Han Empire? That's fine as well. Because then I would be able to take the Greenwood spirit with a clear conscience." Xu Xin's expression changed while Xu Jin, who stood by her side, spoke furiously. "Yan Yi, what are you trying to say?" Bang! The nether ghost flame appeared in Yan Yi's palm as he glanced at the surroundings and said, "I'm very kind towards my friends, but am also very cruel towards my enemies. If you chose to be my enemies, then trust me. You'll definitely burn off all the trees on this mountain. Don't you dare!" Xu Jin and the other Treants in the surroundings glared angrily at him, and they were ready to attack. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly flew out from the sword chest on Yan Yi's back, and the sword arrived right before Xu Jin's forehead before she could even react. Xu Jin was astounded by this, and she heard Yan Yi's icy cold voice. "Who do you think you are? You dare shout and make noise in front of me? Trust me, I'll kill you right now. If you don't believe me, then speak a single word. I'll kill you right now if you do that. Do you want to try me?" All the Treants were stunned. Never had they imagined that Yan Yi, who was friendly and amiable just a moment ago, would suddenly become so vicious, and they hadn't expected that Yan Yi would actually dare to attack within their palace. "Is he not afraid that we would besiege him?" Xu Jin was stunned as well. Never had she imagined that Yan Yi would actually dare to attack her, and even act so arrogantly. "This is the territory of my Treant clan. It isn't the southern territory." Xu Jin's face was livid from being threatened in front of all the Treants here, but she didn't dare speak another word. She could only glare angrily at Yan Yi as if she wanted to kill him with her gaze. "Young Master Yang, please show mercy." Meanwhile, Shu Xian sighed lightly. She hadn't imagined that Yan Yi would actually attack within their palace. At this moment, she suddenly noticed a problem. Could her Treant clan kill Yan Yi if he really attacked them? The answer was that even if they could kill him, around 90% of the exalt-ranked Treants within her clan would probably be wiped out. Moreover, the precondition to that was that enchantment didn't lend a hand to any side. Simply speaking, both sides would end up heavily injured if they fought, and the slightest mistake might cause the Tran clan to be annihilated. Yan Yi glanced at Shu Xian, and then he commanded the sword that was right before Shu Jin's forehead to return back into the sword chest. He said, "Miss Shu Xian, it was you who raised the request to join my side, and it wasn't I who forced you. You must recognize that clearly. Secondly, while I do feel that I owe you because of the Greenwood spirit, but that's under the condition that we're friends. If you chose to become my enemy, then I can only say that we have to let fate decide who lives and who dies." Shu Xian shook her head and said, "Young Master Yang, you must be joking. The Scholar Tree clan colluded with Luo Jun and almost destroyed my Greenwood clan, so how could I possibly side with him? Even if I did, he would probably not trust my Tran clan. So, my Tran clan will probably be sacrificed as cannon fodder in the end. I've considered young Master Yang's suggestion to move to the Southern Territory, and I've decided to listen to your suggestion. I'll order all the Trants who are willing to leave to the Southern Territory with me to move there within the next few days. What do you think, young Master Yang? Are you really sure?" asked Yang Yi. Shu Xian nodded. Yang Yi said, "I promise that I will absolutely not betray your Trant clan if your Trant clan doesn't betray me." "It's a promise," said Shu Xian. Yang Yi smiled and said, "I never go back on my word. Miss Shu Xian, head to the Grand Myriad Mountains and look for the Beast Emperor once you've arrived at the Southern Territory. He'll arrange for a place for all of you to stay at. If the Southern Territory is unable to resist Luo Jun, then he'll take all of you to the Demon Territory. Of course, I hope that you won't refuse if I need the Trant clan's help. You can take us to the Demon Territory?" Shu Xian was surprised. The Demon Territory was very much against outsiders, and it looked down upon all other members of the demon race that weren't in the Demon Territory. Because many demon beasts outside the Demon Territory had sided with humans and became their mounts or slaves. So, the members of the demon race from the other territories can only dream of entering the Demon Territory. But Yang Yi actually said that he could take them there, so besides feeling surprised, she couldn't help but feel slightly doubtful. "That's something you probably don't know." Meanwhile, enchantment said, "He is friends with the Demon Emperor's daughter, and they've gone through situations of life and death together. That little fellow listens to everything he says, and the Demon Emperor has acknowledged him as well. Do you know why he is still alive even when he has openly gone against the exalted Han Empire? It's because the Demon Emperor himself stepped forward and warned the Monarch Realm experts of the human world that he would kill any Monarch Realm expert who dared to act against Yang Yi." "Really?" asked Shu Xian. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Qianna exaggerated a little. But if worse comes to worse, it shouldn't be a problem to take all of you to the Demon Territory." Shu Xian smiled. She knew that her decision was correct. Even though Yang Yi was a human, he was a unique human because he had a very good relationship with the Demon Emperor. Luo Jun was a human as well, but Luo Jun was bound to become an enemy of the demon race. Even though she knew that the demon race of the Demon Territory looked down upon her Trant clan, she still didn't want to help Luo Jun fight the demon race. In short, the benefits she gained from siding with Yang Yi was much greater than what she would gain from siding with Luo Jun. After all, there wasn't a single member of the demon race that didn't want to return to the Demon Territory. Because that was their true home. After they found out that Yang Yi could lead them back into the Demon Territory, the Trant clan stopped objecting Shu Xin's decision to side with Yang Yi. Throughout the next day, Shu Xian immediately started making arrangements to move her clan to the Southern Territory. Some Trants were really against it at the beginning and were even unwilling, but Shu Xin's ruthless suppression of such opinion caused those Trants to just vanish from the face of the mountain. After she took full control of the Trant clan, Yang Yi, enchantment, Lu Jianyao, and the others continued on their journey. A day later, Yang Yi gazed at Lu Jianyao, who had been silent all along the way, and then he asked, "Why have you been silent all day? That's not how you usually are." Lu Jianyao glanced at him, remained silent for a while, and then she said, Yan Yi, tell me the truth. Did you kill Qinhue? Oh, so she was actually being silent because of that. Yan Yi shook his head while he laughed bitterly and said, What makes you think that? I know that you are afraid she would expose you now that she's aware of your identity, so you kill her. Right? Lu Jianyao was slightly angry. Even though she was really holding herself back, but Yan Yi could still feel it. I didn't kill her. She went home. This could be considered as Yan Yi's explanation. Huff! Lu Jianyao immediately heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then she smiled. I knew that while you're usually very ruthless, you are absolutely not someone who likes to kill the innocent. You're a good person. I really didn't misjudge you. Yin Xian'er glanced at Lu Jianyao, and then she shook her head. This girl is truly ignorant. Yan Yi is a good person? Pekong and Pexing glanced at Yan Yi and remained silent. After they found out that Yan Yi had instantly annihilated Xingteng with a single attack, both of them were very clearly aware that this human wasn't someone they could offend. You believe me that much? Yan Yi glanced at her and asked flatly. Of course. Even though you're quite lecherous, you're unlikely to lie and deceive others, said Lu Jianyao as if it was a matter of course. Yan Yi's face darkened. Ha ha! Yin Xian'er couldn't help but roar with laughter. Princess, we've arrived at the desert of exile. Meanwhile, Jin Sha, who was following behind Yin Xian'er, had spoken abruptly. Yan Yi stopped moving and looked over before his brows knit together. Chapter 526 Stepping into its boundaries. Sandstorms. Violent winds were whistling through the distance, and it caused the sand on the desert to be swept up endlessly into the air and blot out the sky. Yan Yi asked softly, This is the desert of exile? Yin Xian'er nodded and said, It's the territory of the Scorpion and Pit Viper clans. Just like other clans of demons, they are extremely hostile to humans. So long as humans were to enter the desert, then even Exalt Realm experts would only have a slim chance of surviving. Are they really that formidable? Lu Jianyao was slightly doubtful. Yin Xian'er created a suction force in her palm, and then a small stone fell into her grasp. She flicked it with her finger, and it fell onto the desert in the distance. Yan Yi and the others watched with astonishment as a small multicolored snake appeared from beneath the sand and swallowed the stone as soon as it fell onto the sank, and then the snake went beneath the sank as if it had never appeared there. Lu Jianyao was astounded and said, There are snakes beneath the sand? Yin Xian'er said, There are countless pit vipers and scorpions within this desert, and so long as humans. Actually, anything that enters the desert will suffer their attacks. Just think about it, how huge is this desert? So, how many pit vipers and scorpions would there be within it? Coupled with the fact that they reside beneath our feet and can take us by surprise, then do you think we would be able to defend ourselves against Exalt rank scorpions or pit vipers? A chill couldn't help but run down Lu Jianyao's spine when she thought about countless scorpions and pit vipers emerging from below the ground and attacking her. She said, There are so many sandstorms, so it's definitely impossible to fly. What should we do if we can't fly? Yang Yi said, Miss Yin probably has a way to pass through the desert, right? If you truly have no other way, then I'll have no choice but to kill my way through this place. Jin Sha, Pekong, and Pexing's eyelids twitched when they heard Yang Yi. This human is even more domineering than members of the demon race. Call me Xian'er. Yin Xian'er glared at him, and then she said, Have you taken a living for Shu Xian and intend to abandon me? Yang Yi was speechless. Hey, can you have a little shame? Yang Yi had said that he isn't your husband, yet you still constantly call him your husband. You're a woman at any rate, so can't you be a little reserved? Lu Jianyao really couldn't stand the sight of Yin Xian'er, especially when she found out that Yin Xian'er was one of those foxes of legend. What? Are you jealous? Yin Xian'er had a spurious smile on her face as she glanced at Lu Jianyao. What would I be jealous of? Lu Jianyao's face flushed red from anger. Miss Xian'er, tell me if you do have a way through the desert. Otherwise, I can only kill my way through it. Yan Yi had a slight headache with the two of them because they refused to stop arguing for even a moment while they were together. Yin Xian'er smiled, and then she glanced at Jin Sha. The latter understood her intentions. His figure flashed and returned to his original form before he shot into the desert. Jin Sha has a slightly friendly relationship with the patriarch of the Scorpion clan, so it shouldn't be a problem for us to pass through this place after Jin Sha notifies them. Husband, I've helped you so much, so how do you intend to repay me? Why don't you allow me to give birth to a child for you? Yin Xian'er blinked her eyes and spoke shyly. Shameless. Lu Jianyao grunted. You really intend to give birth to a child for me? Yan Yi's face didn't become slightly like the character this time, and he stared straight at her and asked this question in an extremely serious manner. Yin Xian'er was stunned. Obviously, she had been caught slightly off guard by Yan Yi's reaction. However, she calmed her emotions in next to no time, and then she said shyly, Of course. Am absolutely devoted to you, my husband. Yan Yi nodded and said, All right. Since it's like that, then let's look for a time to make a child. Constantly backing down would only make this fox reach for a yard after being given an inch. Since it was like that, Yang Yi felt it was better to attack her head-on. In any case, he believed that she would absolutely not give birth to a child for him. Yin Xian'er was the one who was speechless this time. Yang Yi paid no attention to her, and he closed his eyes slightly before he immersed his consciousness into his body. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth while he gazed at the green pearl in the pool of profound energy within the tiny vortex. Needless to say, the Greenwood spirit had helped him greatly. Because he was at the Exalt realm now. So long as a Monarch realm expert didn't act against him, then he was confident to face any Exalt realm expert. After he attained the Exalt realm, Yang Yi noticed that the space within the tiny vortex had expanded to an extremely terrifying state. According to his estimation, it was at least capable of housing a small city with 100,000 inhabitants. Moreover, his violet profound energy had turned dark violet in color. Besides that, he had two more sword servants, Ding Xiang and that elder of the Sky Devil sect. In other words, he had 10 sword servants now. Moreover, the speeds of cultivation of Hong, Black One, and the other sword servants were extremely swift while they cultivated within the tiny vortex. He believed that it wouldn't be long before all of them could attain the 5th rank of the Exalt realm. In short, this advancement of his had provided him with a huge amount of benefits, and it was an extremely timely assistance to him. Yang Yi withdrew his consciousness from within his body, and then he flipped his palm before the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. He issued a command in his heart, and then the ancient sheath shot void flash out from within it before he put the ancient sheath away and grasped void flash in his hand. At this moment, he was able to truly control void flash after had grasped spatial energy, and he was able to bring forth void flash's true strength. Something else worthy of mentioning was that his sword domain had become stronger as well. The changes his sword domain had undergone even shocked him a great deal, and it was even more shocking than the might of the Heavenren drawing technique when executed with void flash and the ancient sheath. He wasn't talking nonsense when he said that he intended to kill his way through the desert. It was because he felt that he could really accomplish it now. Of course, it was best to keep a low profile. Meanwhile, Jin Sha had returned, and a middle-aged man who had a sharp golden sting on his head had come here with Jin Sha. Princess, this is the patriarch of the Scorpion clan, Yi Xiezi. Jin Sha introduced. Yin Xian'er nodded and said, Patriarch Yi, you should be aware of the reason that we've come here, right? Our objective is the Saint Ruins, and we won't be staying on the Desert of Exile. Yi Xiezi glanced at Yang Yi and Lu Jianyao before he frowned and said, Princess Yin, it wouldn't be a problem to pass through the desert if it was just you, Jin Sha, and those two fellows behind you. But these two humans... Princess Yin, am not making it difficult for you on purpose. You should be clearly aware that humans aren't allowed in the Desert of Exile. Truthfully speaking, it's very dangerous if you bring these two humans with you into the desert. Even you know that my Scorpion clan isn't the only clan in the desert. Yang Yi shook his head upon hearing this. At this moment, he really missed the little fellow. If the little fellow was here, then all those poisonous beasts throughout the desert would just be trash. After all, would anyone dare to stop the little fellow? In any case, had never seen a single member of the demon race that didn't give the little fellow face. Enchantment smiled and said, "It's fine so long as your scorpion clan doesn't attack us. Just leave the rest to us." Enchantment said, "Since it's like that, then I won't say anything else. Princess Een, please go on ahead." "Right, allow me to warn you that besides that crazy pit viper, all of you have to be careful of the sandstorms as well. Even Exalt Realm experts will be torn into pieces if you get swept into the sandstorms by accident." "Thank you for the warning." Enchantment nodded. Yushiezi glanced at Yang Yi, and then a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes before he turned around and left. After Yushiezi left, all of them waited on the spot for a while, and then they entered the desert once the sandstorm in the distance had dispersed. "We'll be at the wilds once we pass through the desert of exile. You'll have to face Luo Jun head-on at that time." "Are you confident in your ability to do so?" asked Enchantment. Yang Yi thought for a while and said truthfully, "I'm very confident if it's a one-on-one battle. But I might not be confident at all if it's a group battle." "Luo Jun won't fight you in a one-on-one battle." Enchantment smiled and said, "He has so many experts by his side, so he won't take a risk himself. However, it's fine. Because even though he has many experts by his side, we have many as well. So long as we join forces after we enter the Saint Ruins, then he may not necessarily be able to occupy an advantaged position. But we have to be careful of one person." "Who?" asked Yang Yi. "And Nanjing." Enchantment had a solemn expression on her face as she said, "Her and clan has sided with Luo Jun. If she helps Luo Jun, then we'll be in quite a bad situation. You've fought her, so you should be clearly aware of the strength she possesses, right? And Nanjing, huh?" Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly. He was naturally clearly aware of her strength. If nothing unexpected occurred, then she should have attained the Exalt realm by now. If she really does help Luo Jun, then it will be extremely troublesome to deal with. Because she'll definitely be able to keep me constantly busy, and only I can keep her busy. Otherwise, if Enchantment and the others were to go against her, then they would die no matter which one of them fought her." Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he said, "Besides the profoundness of our human world, even the demon race is able to head to the Saint Ruins as well?" "Of course," Enchantment said. "After all, the current strength of your human race isn't strong enough to forcibly take possession of the Saint Ruins. Otherwise, the human race wouldn't have signed that agreement with the demon race and devil race. The human race and demon race are both parties which will be heading to the Saint Ruins this time, and if nothing unexpected occurs, then the devil race will send their forces over as well. I just don't know if it'll be okay." Yang Yi suddenly said, "What do you think will happen if Luo Jun dies?" Enchantment's eyelids twitched, and she took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before she said, "If he dies, then the Central Territory will definitely fall into chaos. Because those powers that have allied themselves with the exalted Han Empire will definitely break their promises. The biggest reason why they've sided with the exalted Han Empire is because Luo Jun is the mortal emperor and messenger of the world. However, if that messenger of the world were to have died, then doesn't it mean that the world has given up on the exalted Han Empire? Would anyone dare become allies with the exalted Han Empire then?" Yang Yi tightened his grip, a void flash when he heard this. Enchantment asked, "You want to kill Luo Jun?" "Can I not?" Yang Yi said. "He's a human and not a god. It's very difficult." Enchantment said in a low voice, "There are countless experts by his side, and with the resources and reserves possessed by the exalted Han Empire, it would have definitely given him all sorts of Dao artifacts or other methods to protect his life. So, unless it's a Monarch Realm expert. No, even a Monarch Realm expert would probably find it difficult to kill him." Yang Yi was just about to say something when their group suddenly stopped moving because the sand around them had started to move. Chapter 527 Qi Lian. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as an enormous crimson-colored snake suddenly emerged from the distant ground. The enormous snake raised its head and howled furiously, and then its barrel-sized mouth opened wide as it charged at Yang Yes group. An exalt rank pit viper? Yin Xian'er's beautiful brows knit together slightly. Jin Sha understood her intentions, and his figure flashed as he returned to his original form before colliding forcefully with the pit viper. Bang! An enormous bang resounded. The pit viper was no match for Jin Sha and was directly blasted flying. Right at this moment, the sand beneath their feet suddenly started to wriggle violently. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the thing that was wriggling beneath their feet, and then his 9th-level sword intent surged out from within him and shot into the sand. 2 breaths of time passed before a shocked and furious roar resounded from beneath the sand, and then strands of fresh blood seeped up from below. Pekong and Peking revealed astonishment in their eyes when they witnessed this scene. They hadn't imagined that Yang Yes' sword intent would actually be so terrifying. It wasn't just them, even Yin Xian'er was quite shocked. Bang! The sand in the distance suddenly exploded apart before an enormous snake that was extremely wide and almost 300 m long appeared within their fields of vision. Moreover, there was a dense expanse of pit vipers around it. It was truly quite a terrifying scene to behold. As soon as it appeared here, it suddenly swept its tail at Jin Sha. Jin Sha was horrified and didn't dare act carelessly against it at all. Jin Sha opened his huge mouth and bit at the enormous snake's tail. However, Jin Sha's pupils constricted violently as soon as they came into contact, and a few teeth in his mouth were instantly blasted away. Moreover, he was swept over 100 m away by the force from it. The expressions on the faces of Yin Xian'er and the others changed. The enormous snake gazed at Yang Yes group and spoke furiously. "Human! You actually dared to kill a member of my pit viper clan! I'll swallow you alive!" Yan Yi tightened his grip avoid flash while Yin Xian'er suddenly said, "I presume that you're the patriarch of the pit viper clan, Qi Lian. I'm from the 9-tailed fox clan. We haven't come to the Desert of Exile to attack your pit viper clan, and we merely want to pass through your territory. Patriarch Qi, please make an exception for us." "A 9-tailed fox?" Qi Lian's gaze descended onto Yin Xian'er, and he sized her up before he revealed a wisp of lust in his eyes. He said, "As expected of the 9-tailed fox clan. You're so beautiful. Ha ha! Since you've come here, then there's no need to leave. My pit viper clan just happens to lack a queen, and you're perfect for that. You're courting death." Pexing and Pekong were furious, and they were just about to attack when Yin Xian'er waved her hand to stop them. She said, "You want me to be your queen? What a joke! Why don't you take a look at what you are? Are you even worthy of making me your queen? I originally had no intention to get us into any extra trouble, but since you want to die that much, then I'll annihilate your pit viper clan today." "Annihilate my pit viper clan? Ha ha! You!" Qi Lian spoke with disdain. "Even though we're all at the exalt rank, but trust me, I only need 3 moves to kill you." Yin Xian'er paid no attention to Qi Lian, and she just walked over to Yang Yes' side and forcefully pinched his waist as she pouted. "How can you actually remain indifferent when your wife is being teased by someone else? You're so heartless. You can dream of getting into my bed in the future." The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched, and he said, "I wouldn't be able to get into your bed no matter what, right? That may not necessarily be the case. I can give it some consideration if you perform well." Yin Xian'er blinked. "What's considered as good performance?" asked Yang Yi. "Like killing this huge snake." Yin Xian'er smiled. Yang Yi nodded and said, "So it was that easy. Looks like I got a good deal." Qi Lian raised his head and roared furiously before he said, "Human! What a vile and immoral pair! I'll tear the both of you apart while you're still alive!" Yang Yi held void flash in his grasp as he walked slowly towards Qi Lian. Qi Lian laughed with disdain when he saw Yang Yi walk over, and he said, "Human, you think you can break through my defenses with your strength? Come! Come! They'll let you strike me a few times and realize how weak you are. Alas! What an idiot! Enchantment shook his head. She could be said to have witnessed what courting death was like. Not to mention that Qilian was just a snake, even if he was a dragon. Yan Ye's 9th level sword intent and Dao artifact would absolutely be able to break through his defenses unless Head attained the monarch realm. But he wasn't a dragon and was just a snake. Yan Yi was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that this fellow would let him strike a few attacks. He felt that it was a good thing, and he naturally wouldn't refuse it. Yan Yi stomped his right foot on the ground and shot forward like a cannonball, and he arrived before Qilian. Qilian's enormous serpentine eyes were filled with disdain, and he even stretched his head towards Yan Yi in a display of strength. It seemed like he was telling Yan Yi to strike his head. Yan Yi felt quite bad when Qilian did this, because he felt that he was really bullying the fellow. Of course, he wouldn't feel any pity and be unable to attack just because of that. Yan Yi flipped his palm and frostlight appeared in his hand. His figure flashed over and slashed down towards Qilian from above. His sword practically encountered no resistance upon coming into contact with Qilian's skin, and it descended all the way to the ground. Qilian's eyes had opened wide when Yang Ye's sword had just touched his skin. He knew that had underestimated his opponent, and he wanted to evade the attack. However, it was too late. Qilian could only watch helplessly as the sword of that human before him struck down from his head all the way to his waist, causing a long gash to be split open there. Qilian didn't perish from this attack because that gasp was quite insignificant when compared to his enormous body, but had lost at least 70% of his combat strength. Qilian's eyes surged with terror and horror as he gazed at this human who was able to break through his defenses with ease. Yan Yi raised his head to look at Qilian as he said, "You said that you'd let me strike you a few times. I've only launched the first strike, so I'm going to execute the second." What sort of expression is that? Could it be that you intend to go back on your word? The rage he felt caused Qilian's eyes to almost bulge out from their sockets. Let you strike me a few more times? Isn't that like giving my life away? How outrageous! Yan Ye's gaze descended onto Qilian's stomach area and said, "I heard the gallbladder of a snake is very nutritious. I wonder if it's true. Kill him! Kill him!" Qilian howled madly. The pit vipers behind him immediately pounced at Yan Yi upon receiving Qilian's command. Yan Yi laughed coldly as he swung his sword. Sword chi that were thin like strands of hair transformed into an expanse of silver light that shot into the ground of snakes, and then numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly. Almost 1,000 pit viper corpses had appeared around Yan Yi in just 2 breaths of time, and the remaining pit vipers gazed at Yan Yi with terror and didn't dare move forward at all. A wisp of a strange glow flashed through Enchantment's eyes as she gazed at Yan Yi. There was no doubt that the strong were always able to draw the attention of others in this world where the strong were respected. Yan Ye's gaze descended onto Qilian, and he said, "Do you know why I still haven't killed you?" "Why?" Qilian spoke subconsciously but suddenly realized that it would be extremely embarrassing if he did. So, he immediately shut his mouth and just gazed at Yan Yi. However, the wild and arrogant expression he had in his eyes just now had vanished. Yan Yi continued, "Let me ask you a question. Why did you come here and attack us?" This fellow and all the pit vipers had clearly come prepared. In other words, they were either used by someone or ordered to do so. Yan Yi wanted to figure it out. "Would you let me go if I told you?" asked Qilian. A cold glow flashed before a cry of pain resounded from Qilian. Another bloody scar had appeared on his body. "You don't have any room to negotiate with me," said Yang Yi. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Qilian's eyes. He was just about to refuse Yang Yi's question, but he instantly yielded when he saw the sword in Yang Yi's hand move slightly. He knew that this human standing before him was just curious about it, and wasn't determined to find out. If he dared to refuse, then this human before him would definitely kill him without the slightest hesitation. Qi Lian didn't hesitate for long before he had a decision, and he said, "It was the Scorpion clan's Yishiezi. He told me that a group of humans have entered the Desert of Exile, and there were 2 gorgeous women amongst them. He said that the reason he hadn't attacked the group was because there were 4 Exalt Realm experts amongst them who were extremely strong, so he intended to let me have them instead." At this moment, Qi Lian had cursed generations of Yishiezi ancestors in his heart because no matter how stupid he was, he knew that had been used. "The Scorpion clan has sided with Luo Jun as well?" Yang Yi frowned and said, "That fellow, Luo Jun, has really expanded his influence to reach so far." "It might not be Luo Jun," Yin Xian'er said. "Even though Luo Jun's forces are huge, he doesn't have much influence in the Desert of Exile. Because if they don't show themselves and just hide at the bottom of the desert, then even 9th-rank Exalt Realm experts would be helpless against them. Coupled with the sandstorms that rage all year round, I'm guessing that the Scorpion clan hasn't sided with Luo. That fellow, Yishiezi, probably did this because he wanted both our sides to be injured in battle so that he can take advantage of the situation. It doesn't matter." Yang Yi gazed at Qi Lian and said, "Where's Yishiezi? You intend to go looking for him?" Happiness appeared on Qi Lian's face as he said, "Come, I'll take all of you to him." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned his head and looked towards the distance. He said, "There's no need for that anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had vanished on the spot and appeared over 150 m away, and then a ray of light flashed before a shrill cry resounded. Bang! A figure shot out from beneath the sand, and it was none other than Yishiezi. Moreover, there was a hole on his arm, and it was bleeding. How did you notice me?" Yishiezi spoke with shock. Yang Yi wasn't an idiot to answer Yishiezi. He just flicked his wrist and a ray of light flashed out. Yishiezi was astounded, and his figure flashed to avoid this attack. However, he was still a little too late, and a bloody hole appeared on his chest. Yishiezi was horrified when he saw that Yang Yi intended to swing his sword again, and he hurriedly said, "I surrender!" Yang Yi didn't stop. A ray of light flashed through Yizi's neck, and then the latter's head rolled off onto the ground. "You're still so ruthless and decisive!" Right at this moment, a voice of a woman that was familiar to Yang Yi resounded from behind him. "It's you!" Yin Xian'er and Lu Jianyao were extremely shocked when they saw the woman. Chapter 528 The Wilds. It was in Nanjing, and she had Sky Split in her hand. Yin Xian'er and Lu Jianyao seemed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. There were 3 individuals that were most terrifying amongst the current younger generation. One of them was the Sword Emperor Yang Yi, the other was the Mortal Emperor Luo Jun, and the last was the Martial God in Nanjing. The Mortal Emperor Luo Jun was terrifying because of the forces he commanded and his ability to converge experts to his cause. Conversely, Yang Yi and Nanjing were terrifying because of their individual strength. It could be said that unless Monarch Realm experts attacked, then no Exalt Realm expert would be able to harm them at all. "Another beauty has arrived!" Qi Lian was instantly overcome by lust when he saw Nanjing, and then he started sizing her up without the slightest fear or restraint. Yin Xian'er and Lu Jianyao gazed at Qi Lian when they heard him, and their eyes were filled with pity. And Nanjing's gaze shot onto Qi Lian, and she said, "Do you want to die?" Qi Lian instantly spoke with rage upon hearing that. "Little bitch, do you know who you're talking to? I would have swallowed you with one gulp if it weren't for the fact that you know that big brother over there." And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi, and then he shook his head and said, "I don't know him. Feel free to do as you please." And Nanjing nodded. In the next moment, Sky Split flew from her grasp and carried a ray of golden light as it shot violently towards Qi Lian. A wisp of happiness appeared in Qi Lian's eyes when he saw her attack. Had naturally not infuriated her on purpose because had only taken a liking to her beauty. She was clearly an acquaintance of that monster with a sword, so he felt that he could threaten that monster and flee once he captured this woman. That was his entire plan. Qi Lian didn't dodge, and his gaze was filled with disdain. In his opinion, there would only be a single monstrous human like that fellow with the sword throughout the world. Even though this woman before him was an Exalt realm expert, he didn't believe that she could break through his defenses just like that fellow with the sword could. At this moment, had thought about how he would tempt the woman to attack upon resisting this attack of hers, and he felt that it would be best if she would come close to him and attack. Because he felt that fellow with the sword was too abnormal, so he didn't dare attack rashly. Yang Yi shook his head when he saw Qi Lian refuse to dodge in Nanjing's attack. He felt that had never seen someone who wanted to die that much. Because not to mention Qi Lian's physical defense, even he wouldn't dare resist a strike and Nanjing executed with Sky Split even with the physical defense he possessed, which was also supplemented by the mortal Emperor armor. Bang! The tip of Sky Split stabbed onto Qi Lian's skin, and then Qi Lian's eyes that were originally filled with disdain had instantly bulged out while filled with shock and terror. No! Qi Lian let out his last hysterical and furious howl. Jin Sha and the others watched with astonishment as Qi Lian's skin. No, it should be said that Qi Lian's entire body had cracked apart, and less than 2 breaths of time passed before his entire body had cracked apart into countless pieces. A huge amount of blood and internal organs splashed all over the ground, and it caused Jin Sha, Pexing, and Peking's eyelids to twitch. As expected of the martial god, Yin Xianer spoke softly while she was shocked in her heart as well. The martial god. Jin Sha, Pekong, and Pexing's expressions changed drastically when they heard these words, and they gazed at Nanjing with astonishment. They'd naturally heard of the martial god, but they'd been quite indifferent towards it. After all, how monstrous could those monstrous geniuses of the human race be? But at this moment, regardless of whether it was Pexing, Pekong, or Jin Sha who was the strongest amongst the 3 of them, all of them weren't confident in their ability to resist that attack Nanjing had executed. All 3 of them glanced at Nanjing, and then they glanced at Yang Yi. The Sword Emperor and Martial Emperor. Who is stronger? You've grown stronger again, said Yang Yi. So have you, said Nanjing. Have you come to kill me on Luo Jun's behalf? Yang Yi stared her in the eyes as he asked this question. He isn't qualified to order me around, no one is. And Nanjing said, I don't want to get involved in the conflicts and trickery of the world. The Yin clan has sided with Luo Jun, but it doesn't represent that I've sided with Luo Jun. Yang Yi, you're the only person who possesses strength and natural talent that I can take seriously, so I don't want you to get swept into too much of these meaningless and trivial matters as well. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Nanjing, your path and mine are completely different, and what we care about is completely different as well. The reason I want to become stronger is to protect the things I care about, and am not trying to become stronger because I want to be stronger. The things which are meaningless and trivial matters in your opinion just happen to be what I feel I need to do. Because all of that is related to the lives of the people I care about. And Nanjing fell silent. Yang Yi smiled and said, No matter what, I'm very happy to have seen you today because you didn't come kill me on Luo Jun's behalf. To be honest, I don't want to become enemies with you because we're friends after all. And Nanjing suddenly said, I came here today because I don't want you to continue forward. Why? The smile on Yang Yi's face gradually vanished. And Nanjing said, The resources and reserves of the exalted Han Empire exceed your imagination. Even though it's very difficult for anyone to be a match for you in the Exalt realm, it doesn't represent that the exalted Han Empire is helpless against you. Luo Jun is determined to obtain the world portrait, so he won't give you even the slightest chance. Perhaps he's waiting for you to head to the wilds right now. He wants to kill me, and I want to kill him as well, Yang Yi said. I'm very curious. Since you're not interested in all of this, then why are you heading to the wilds? Even though the Saint Ruins contains the inheritance of that Saint Realm expert, I think that it isn't attractive to you at all. You'll know very soon. And Nanjing said, Don't underestimate Luo Jun. He cultivates in the karmic luck of the Imperial Tao, and it's a very mysterious path. Yang Yi nodded. Since Luo Jun could become the mortal emperor, he would naturally not think that Luo Jun was a weakling. Right at this moment, and Nanjing suddenly vanished on the spot, and then a ray of golden light stabbed straight at Yang Yi. The expressions of Yin Xianer and the others changed drastically as they hadn't expected that Nanjing would actually launch a sudden attack, and her speed was too swift. She had just moved a moment ago yet was already in front of Yang Yi, so they couldn't interfere at all. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the tip of Sky Split stabbing swiftly towards his chest. In the next moment, it stabbed straight through Yang Yi's chest. However, it was only an afterimage. A wisp of surprise flashed through Nanjing's eyes, and then she spun her spear swiftly and stabbed it backward. Clang! The tip of her sword collided with the tip of Yang Yi's sword. Clang! Space trembled violently. Nanjing withdrew her spear, and then turned around to gaze at Yang Yi as she said, "So that's how it is. I thought that you were still at the spirit realm, but I never expected that you would have actually advanced so quickly. What would you do if I were still at the spirit realm?" asked Yang Yi. "I'd send you back to the Southern Territory," Nanjing said. "However, it isn't necessary now. Because I'm unable to send you back there when there isn't a gap between our realms of cultivation." Yang Yi smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected that Nanjing would have actually been planning to do that. "Fortunately, I've attained the Exalt realm, otherwise I would probably have been sent back to the Southern Territory by her." After all, he wasn't the slightest bit confident in his ability to surmount a realm of cultivation and defeat Nanjing. Nanjing glanced at Yin Xianer, Lu Jianyao, and the others, and then she said, "All of you are too weak." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Lu Jianyao was almost overwhelmed with rage. "She's going too far." The expression on Yin Xianer's face was quite unsightly as well because it was the first time someone had said that to her face. Most importantly, she wasn't able to refute it. Yin Xianer suddenly said, "Let's split up." "Why?" asked Yang Yi. Is this woman really feeling a sense of low self-esteem because of what Nanjing said? Yin Xianer said, "Luo Jun will definitely target us if we go with you, and we'll be in a very bad situation if we're targeted by him with the strengths we possess. If we split up, then he'll only target you. In that way, their gazes would be gathered on you, and it would allow us to do many things." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "All right. I can act as I please as well if he only targets me. All of you be careful. It shouldn't be a problem to protect yourselves with the strengths all of you possess." He hadn't forgotten that Yin Xianer had 12 gold guards. Yang Yi gazed at Lu Jianyao, and then he said, "Don't run around on your own. With the strength you possess, others will treat you like a plump sheep that's ready for the taking in the Saint Ruins. Follow Miss Xianer well and don't act willfully. If you don't promise me this, then he'll knock you out right now and make someone send you back to the Southern Territory." Lu Jianyao glanced at Yin Xianer. She was slightly unwilling to follow this woman, but she didn't dare disobey Yang Yi. She knew that this fellow before her would definitely do as had said, so she had no choice but to nod to him. Yang Yi gazed at Yin Xianer when he saw Lu Jianyao nod, and he said, "Miss Xianer, it'll be troubling you with taking care of her." They were about to part ways, so Yin Xianer didn't have the mood to joke around as well. She immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't let her die in the Saint Ruins." Lu Jianyao was instantly infuriated when she heard this, and she glared angrily at Yin Xianer. Yang Yi shook his head, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. "He's rather concerned about you, huh?" Yin Xianer spoke abruptly after she watched Yang Yi leave. "What? Are you jealous?" Lu Jianyao wanted to infuriate Yin Xianer. Yin Xianer chuckled lightly and said, "You really are a little girl. No wonder that he wanted me to take care of you before he left. What are you trying to say?" Lu Jianyao hated it the most when others said that she was immature. Yin Xianer shook her head, paid no further attention to Lu Jianyao, and shot her gaze towards the distance. The wilds was in the direction of her gaze, and it was also where the ruins left behind by Saint Lu Yun resided. She was very clearly aware of what would be waiting for Yang Yi. Luo Jun had 15 Exalt Realm experts by his side in the open, but what about those who were hiding in the shadows? She didn't believe that Luo Jun only brought such a small number of experts with him. Yin Xian'er remained silent for a short while before she said, "Let's go!" Yan Yi had just walked out of the desert of exile when 3 Exalt Realm experts were blocking his path. "You're Yan Yi?" As expected of the Sword Emperor, you dared to traverse the desert of exile while only at the spirit realm, and you even succeeded. Oh, right. I forgot our introductions. We 3 brothers are profounders of the Central Territory, and we're called the 3 outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory. We came here to look for you because we heard that your head is very valuable, and we just happen to be in need of money as well. Why don't you do us a favor and lend us your head?" The middle-aged man who was in the lead of the group chuckled as he spoke. Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "Who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man's expression became ferocious as he said, "You're courting death. Please go to read the latest chapters for free." Chapter 529 The Sword Emperor and the Mortal Emperor. A strand of sword chi flashed by. Hiss! The head of that man who spoke just now had flown off his neck before he could even react, and a fountain of fresh blood sprayed from his headless corpse. "You!" The other 2 gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment, and their bodies had even started to tremble. Right at this moment, a large group of people walked over from behind the 2 of them. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly because he recognized a few of the people who were in the front of the group, and he saw Luo Jun and Enbark amongst them. "Yan Yi, I truly never expected that you would arrive at the wilds so quickly, and it just so happens to be when the Saint Ruins is about to be opened. Moreover, I never imagined that you would actually dare to openly show yourself here. As expected of the Sword Emperor. Oh, right, I should call you the Sword Demon." Luo Jun spoke with a smile on his face, and it was like he'd met an old friend. "That's the Sword Demon, Yang Yi? TSK. He's actually so young. It's truly difficult to imagine that he's actually able to kill Exalt Realm experts." One of the independent cultivators standing at the side exclaimed with admiration. "What a sharp gaze! His attainments in the Sword Dao have definitely arrived at an inconceivable height. Even if he's that far away, I'm still able to sense the faint sword intent he emanates. Alas, such a figure actually came from the Southern Territory. Who cares where he's from? All I know is that the mortal Emperor Luo Jun will cease to have a monopoly of things in the Saint Ruins now that he has arrived. Even though the mortal Emperor declare it, can't all of you sense it? He has taken himself to be the owner of this place. Humph! He'll probably reveal his true face when we enter the ruins. Indeed. That isn't beneficial to all of us, independent cultivators, at all. Forget it, let's just watch. I wonder if Yang Yi will be able to resist Luo Jun. After all, Luo Jun has 15 Exalt Realm experts by his side. Since he dared to come here, then he should have some ability or assistance. Let's just wait and see." Yan Yi pointed void flash towards the ground and said, "Cut the crap. Are you going to make your subordinates attack me one by one, or will they come at me in groups? I suggest that you send all of them together." Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. That was the first impression everyone had of Yang Yi. Only a few people revealed admiration in their eyes. Even though Yang Yi's actions were arrogant to the extreme, if one looked at it from another angle, one would be able to notice that Yang Yi wasn't someone who only had brawn but no brains. Because Luo Jun was the mortal emperor, at any rate. So, how could he send a group against Yang Yi when Yang Yi had provoked him like that in public? If Luo Jun did that, then wouldn't it be like indirectly stating that the mortal emperor was inferior to the sword emperor? At the same time, if Luo Jun did that in this world where the strong were respected, then many people here would look down upon him. "Mortal Emperor, allow me to fight this Sword Emperor of legend." A middle-aged man bowed slightly to Luo Jun and spoke respectfully. "Are you confident?" asked Luo Jun in a flat tone. "I won't embarrass you, Mortal Emperor." The middle-aged man spoke with confidence. Luo Jun nodded. Even he wanted to see how much Yang Yi had grown during this period. The middle-aged man walked over to stand not too far away from Yang Yi before he said, "Li Yonggang, a team leader of the 10th Battalion under the Mortal Emperor's command and a 5th rank Exalt Realm Profounder. My cultivation is superior to yours, so I'll allow you to attack me 3 times so as to prevent others from saying that I bullied the weak. Yan Yi chuckled, and then he glanced at Luo Jun and said, Will you really not send them all at me? I really have good intentions. Even though this subordinate of mine is weak, if it's against you, then he should be. Luo Jun hadn't finished speaking when the tip of a sword had suddenly pierced through Li Yonggang's neck, and then Li Yonggang's head rolled down to the ground and just happened to stop before Luo Jun. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically. He instantly annihilated a 5th rank Exalt Realm expert with just a swing of his sword. Their minds had practically gone blank, and they gazed at him with astonishment. And Byra took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before she lowered her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi shook his head and said, See, I really had good intentions. Now I'll give you the same suggestion again. Ask all of them to attack me at once. The composure and indifference on Luo Jun's face had vanished, and he spoke with a slightly unsightly expression on his face. You've attained the Exalt Realm! If Yang Yi hadn't attained the Exalt Realm, then it would be absolutely impossible for Yang Yi to instantly annihilate Li Yonggang, but had accomplished it with ease right now. So, the only explanation was that Yang Yi had attained the Exalt Realm. Yang Yi disregarded Luo Jun. He waved his sword and 2 strands of sword chi shot out violently before they instantly beheaded the other 2 of the 3 outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory. After that, he swept his gaze towards the others in the surroundings and said, I, Yang Yi, am right here. If anyone wants my head to exchange it for the bounty, then you can come over here right now. Besides Luo Jun's group, no one else dared to meet Yang Yi's gaze as they were extremely afraid of offending that man. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Luo Jun in the end, and he said, What about you? Luo Jun's eyes narrowed slightly while his hand slowly moved up to the Mortal Emperor's sword on his waist. He was just about to speak when an old man on his right suddenly said, Mortal Emperor, you're a noble figure, so allow yourself to be reduced to fighting such a villain? Since he intends to court death, then allow me to send him on his way. Elder Yun, how could I allow you to act against him? A middle-aged man behind the old man stepped forward and smiled. The Sword Emperor? Ha ha! I, the old drunkard, have killed countless people throughout my lifetime, but I've never killed the Sword Emperor. Elder Yun, please don't fight me for such an opportunity. Elder Yun nodded slightly, and then he closed his eyes and didn't say another word. The old drunkard bowed slightly to Luo Jun, and then he raised the wine gourd at his waist and took a huge mouthful of wine. Only after he finished drinking did his gaze descend onto Yang Yi before he said, Ignorant kid! You think you're invincible in the world just because you have some ability? I, the old drunkard, will make you realize that there's always someone stronger in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying imposing aura surged out like a storm from within him. The 9th rank of the Exalt Realm! Countless independent cultivators exclaimed with shock. Yang Yi lightly tapped the tip of his right foot on the ground while the profound energy within him surged into void flash. He was accumulating strength while waiting for the battle to begin. Even though he hadn't fought the middle-aged man, Yang Yi was able to sense how strong the middle-aged man was. That fellow, the old drunkard, who was a 9th rank Exalt Realm expert, was much stronger than the 9th rank Exalt Realm experts had fought in the Flower Palace. Yang Yi didn't fear the middle-aged man, but he refused to underestimate his opponent as well. Obliteration Fist! The old drunkard shouted while he suddenly smashed his fists towards Yang Yi from afar. In an instant, a pair of enormous fists that were around 300 m in size had flashed into appearance, and they carried terrifying force as they smashed down towards Yang Yi. Moreover, even the space they passed by instantly collapsed from their might. Yang Yi tapped the tip of his foot on the ground and soared up into the air before he swiftly slashed void flash forward. A strand of violet-colored sword chi that was over 100 m long and over 40 m wide tore through the sky as it blasted against the pair of fists. The sword chi he executed seemed as if they were material from being enhanced by 8th level sword intent. Everywhere they passed, space was instantly slashed apart, and it remained like that for some time. The area of space which was slashed open by 8th level sword intent wasn't able to recover immediately like the space that the old drunkard's obliteration fist had blasted apart. The sword chi and enormous fists collided against each other before the gazes of everyone. Bang! It was like an enormous thunderclap had resounded from the 9 heavens, and it caused the eardrums of countless people to hurt. The sword chi instantly slashed the enormous fists apart. However, right at this moment, Yang Ye's expression changed slightly before there was another pair of enormous fists behind the first pair. The obliteration fist technique is a mid-grade heaven rank technique, and it has a total of 5 levels. Every single level allows its user to instantly blast out a pair of enormous fists. Based on how the old drunkard executed 2 pairs of enormous fists with such ease, it seems like he has completely comprehended that technique. Haha! Let me see how that sword emperor deals with this technique. A middle-aged man behind Luo Jun chuckled lightly. And Byron's brows knit together slightly. When the second pair of enormous fists collided with the sword chi, the 2 of them were instantly dispersed in midair and transformed into countless waves of energy which swept towards the surroundings. But another pair of enormous fists appeared in the next moment, and regardless of whether it was their strength or speed, they surpassed the 2 pairs of enormous fists from before. They arrived before Yang Yi in an instant. That wasn't the end of it. After this pair of enormous fists arrived before Yang Yi, 2 more pairs of enormous fists had appeared behind them. Each of these pairs of enormous fists were more terrifying than the last in both strength and speed, so they instantly overlapped with the pair of enormous fists that were already in front of Yang Yi. When these 3 pairs of enormous fists had overlapped, the terrifying might they contained simply made others feel like they could really obliterate the world. How will Yang Yi resist this? At this moment, this thought had appeared in the minds of countless people. Swish! 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 4 rays of light shot out from the sword chest on Yang Ye's back, and then they instantly arrived before the 3 pairs of enormous fists which had overlapped into one. After that, they started dancing about, and countless rays of light flashed incessantly through the air. The spectators watched in astonishment as those 3 pairs of enormous fists, which had overlapped into one, were sliced apart into pieces in less than 3 breaths of time, and they transformed into waves of energy that dispersed towards the surroundings. The old drunkard's expression changed. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi, who just advanced into the Exalt realm, would actually be able to destroy his trump card with such ease. The old drunkard's face burned with shame when he recalled what had said earlier, and then a savage expression flashed through his eyes. His figure shot up into the air, and then he suddenly used his right hand to make a grasping motion towards Yang Yi. Spatial cage! The space in an area of almost 100 m around Yang Yi was frozen. Layer after layer of spatial walls surrounded Yang Yi incessantly, causing him to be unable to move at all. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as 8th level sword intent swept out from within him and struck those spatial walls. However, the spatial walls merely trembled slightly yet showed no signs of being broken by his sword intent. The spatial cage of a 9th rank Exalt realm expert really is formidable. Yang Yi muttered in his heart before he issued a command. The Nether Ghost Flame, Violet Cloud Lightning, 9th Hell Cold Gale charged out from within him, and the joint forces of the 3 natural treasures and 8th level sword intent instantly blasted the spatial walls apart. 3 natural treasures! All the spectators exclaimed with shock. The old drunkard's expression changed once more. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would be able to break his spatial cage open with such ease. He knew that had underestimated Yang Yi. He was just about to attack again when he heard Yang Yi's voice. It's my turn now! The hairs on the old drunkard's entire body instantly stood on end when he heard Yang Yi. The tip of a sword suddenly appeared before his forehead, and it horrified the old drunkard. He forcefully moved his body away and appeared 300 m away. However, there was a bloody hole at the center of his forehead, and beads of blood were dripping incessantly from it. I would be dead if it went just a little deeper. Terror had appeared in the old drunkard's eyes. Right at this moment, the tip of a sword appeared behind his neck. This time, the tip of the sword had appeared even more swiftly than the last attack, and he wasn't able to dodge it at all. The old drunkard was horrified. Swish! Right when that tip of a sword was about to pierce through the old drunkard's neck, a fine gold needle had struck the tip of Void Flash, and then it was instantly deflected to the side. At the same time, Yan Ye's entire arms shook violently. If it wasn't for his formidable physical body, then this arm of his would have probably been crippled by the impact from that attack. Yan Ye's gaze descended onto an old man by Luo Jun's side because it was that old man who'd attacked him just now. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 530 The Devil Race. Many independent cultivators who were watching from the side revealed expressions of disdain when they saw the old man lend the old drunkard a hand. He actually feels that a single 9th rank Exalt Realm expert against a 1st rank Exalt Realm expert isn't sufficient, and even lent a hand. That mortal emperor, Luo Jun, is quite despicable. Even though they felt contempt towards Luo Jun's actions, they didn't dare to voice it out, and they didn't even dare to spread what had occurred here today. The exalted Han Empire was a colossus that they couldn't afford to offend. Luo Jun's expression was slightly unsightly. He naturally knew what those independent cultivators were thinking, but he had no other choice. His subordinates would be disappointed in him if he didn't save the old drunkard. Ha ha! Yan Yi chuckled and said, Luo Jun, I told you just now to send them all at me. Otherwise, it would truly be a waste of time if you used tactics of attrition and send them against me, one by one. Yan Yi! You'll die! Luo Jun spoke coldly. Then who will you send next? Asked Yan Yi. I'll do it. A voice arose from behind Luo Jun. However, Luo Jun immediately glared at that person, and then he gazed at Yan Yi and said, Yan Yi, I admit that you're strong, but that's useless because regardless of how strong you are, you're all alone in the end. My subordinate lost today, so I won't act against you again. Otherwise, others would say that my exalted Han Empire doesn't have anyone capable and tries to tire you out using numbers. But you'll definitely die the next time we fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jun turned around and led his group away. A solemn expression appeared in Yan Ye's eyes as he watched Luo Jun's group leave. There were at least 3 people in Luo Jun's group that gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. That old man was one of them. Another one was the black-clothed person who was covered in a black cloak and cape. The last person was an old woman standing behind Luo Jun's 16th. 20. He sensed a strong feeling of danger from them. I never expected that you still came. Meanwhile, Anbairu walked over to Yang Yi, and that black-clothed assassin was behind her. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then his figure flashed past her and continued ahead. He had nothing left to say to her after the An clan had sent assassins after him because it was meaningless to say anything. Since they'd become enemies, then it was better to just act completely like enemies. He didn't want to be enemies with her yet still have a slightly ambiguous relationship with her. A wisp of a bitter expression appeared in Anbairu's eyes. Yan Yi had only taken a few steps forward before that black-clothed woman appeared in front of him. Is there something you need? Yan Yi tightened his grip on Void Flash. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat her, Yan Yi would have chopped her into pieces by now. Perhaps we can all have a chat, said the woman. A chat? Yan Yi laughed with ridicule and said, What is there to chat about? I don't think there's anything. We've been bound to be enemies since your clan sent assassins after me. I can be very frank and tell you that I'll annihilate the entire clan if it's possible. Trust me, I'll definitely be able to accomplish it, and I believe that it wouldn't be too long from now. Do you think you're the Sword Sect's founding ancestor? The woman revealed killing intent in her eyes. The Sword Sect's founding ancestor? Yan Yi chuckled and said, Do you think I'm inferior to him? Do you believe me when I say that killing you would be like slaughtering a dog if I were to attain the Monarch Realm? Of course, that's meaningless because I haven't attained the Monarch Realm. I was just making an assumption. Perhaps you'll never be able to attain the Monarch Realm, said the woman. You don't dare to kill me, right? Said Yang Yi. The woman fell silent before she said, "It wasn't Byru who sent those assassins after you, it was I. If you want to hate someone, then hate me. It isn't related to her or the clan. If I find out that you've acted against the clan or her, then while I might not kill you, what about the people you care about? Would the demon emperor protect them as well? Are you threatening me?" Yan Yi tightened his grip on his sword. The woman nodded and said, "Am I not qualified to?" Yan Yi took a deep breath after a short while passed, and then he said, "Fine, as you wish. This is something between the two of us. I won't act against the clan if it doesn't act against me. But remember what I've said. The first person I come to kill upon attaining the monarch realm will be you. Don't worry, I won't make you wait for long." Yan Yi's figure flashed and vanished on the spot after he finished speaking. "Aunt, why do all of that?" Embark suddenly said after Yan Yi left. "He has resentment towards our clan, so it's impossible for us to be reconciled. Even if he is willing to do so, it's still impossible for our sides to be reconciled. We underestimated his strength and potential." The woman spoke abruptly. "If I didn't act against him like you've said in the past, then our clan would be in the same position at the northern clan, and we would have a way out. Now, he has grown and has the protection of an extraordinary expert like the Demon Emperor. Not to mention us, even the exalted Han Empire would find it difficult to eliminate him. Under the circumstances that monarch realm experts can't act against him, there isn't any power that can endure that man's revenge. He's even more terrifying than the Sword Sect's founding ancestor because the Sword Sect's founding ancestor wasn't called the Sword Demon as well. So you threatened him on purpose so that the enmity between him and the clan would become a personal grudge between the two of you." Embark said, "Actually, there's no need to do that. Even though you were mistaken, everything you did was for the clan's sake. So, the clan will definitely endure everything with you. Byru, are you worried that he would really be able to kill me upon attaining the monarch realm?" said the woman. "It isn't beneficial to the clan regardless of which one of you dies," said Embark. The woman fell silent. Indeed, Yan Yi isn't all alone now, and he has support as well. It's difficult to say whether killing him would make those who support him to seek vengeance. In the end, it was her decision on that day which had caused the clan to fall into such a bad situation. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem if Yan Yi was eliminated by Luo Jun. But it was clearly quite difficult to accomplish. "Let's go and have a look at the best experts from the human, demon, and devil races in the current younger generation," said Embark. There was a seemingly illusory mountain not too far away in the distance, and it was covered in milky white mist. Besides that, there was a thin barrier that rippled like water covering the mist. That mountain was the ruins left behind by Saint Lu Yun. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings and noticed that there were no less than 10,000 profounders in the surroundings, and practically all of them were Exalt Realm experts. These profounders had been basically divided up into countless small groups. After all, the ruins were filled with the unknown, so it was normal for them to form groups. There were also some that were alone like him, but there were very few like that. In next to no time, Yan Yi noticed a Nanjing in the crowd. She seemed to have noticed his gaze, and she raised her head to look at him before nodding slightly. Yan Yi nodded as well, and then he withdrew his gaze. "The devil race is here!" Suddenly someone exclaimed with surprise. The crowd saw a group of robust young men from the devil race walking over slowly from afar. Yan Yi looked over as well. Yan Yi saw Amoka in the group, but Amoka wasn't the one leading the group, and it was another man instead. That fellow in the lead looked over to Luo Jun, and he sized up Luo Jun before he said, "The mortal emperor Luo Jun?" Luo Jun nodded lightly, and then he said, "If I'm not wrong, then you should be Amoka's senior brother, Amo Xian, right? You're quite well informed." Amo Xian laughed coldly and said, "According to legend, the mortal emperor has to unite the continent. My devil race will be waiting for you to break open the barrier between our continents. Don't shrink back when the time comes. Don't worry, that day will come very soon." Luo Jun wasn't willing to display weakness. Amo Xian laughed coldly, and then his gaze descended onto a Nanjing and said, Emok lost to you that day? What? You intend to avenge him? Said in Nanjing. Emo Xian shook his head and said, I'm not interested in you because you lost as well. Emo Xian swept the surroundings with his gaze and said, Who's Yang Yi? His voice reverberated like a bell and was deafening. Everyone looked over at Yang Yi. Emo Xian gazed at Yang Yi, sized him up, and then said, You're the so-called Sword Emperor of the human race, Yang Yi? Yang Yi nodded and said, Have you come to look for trouble with me? You're absolutely right. Emo Xian said coldly. Draw your sword, otherwise you probably won't have a chance to. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed a finger at the old drunkard by Luo Jun's side, and then he said, See that? That fellow was as arrogant as you are right now. I left that mark on his forehead. The expressions of Luo Jun and the others became unsightly, and it was especially so for the old drunkard. Flames almost sprayed out from his eyes. Emo Xian glanced at the old drunkard and said, He's just a piece of trash. He isn't even worthy of being compared to me. Yang Yi, I'll give you one last chance, draw your sword. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. The spectators in the surroundings gazed at Emo Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. They'd thought that Yang Yi was very arrogant and haughty, but they hadn't imagined that this fellow would be worse. He's afraid that Yang Yi wouldn't have the chance to draw his sword? Is there something wrong with this fellow's head? You want me to strike you? Said Yang Yi. No, I just want you to launch the first attack, said Emo Xian. Yang Yi smiled and said, Since it's like that, then let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stabbed Void Flash into the space in front of him, and then its tip instantly appeared before Emo Xian's throat. A wisp of surprise flashed through the latter's eyes, but he didn't dodge it. He stretched out his hand instead and just grabbed the tip of Yang Yi's sword before he said, A Dao artifact? It's nothing great. If you want to rely on a Dao artifact, then I have to say that I don't have the mood to listen to your nonsense. Yang Yi suddenly spun Void Flash, and then Emo Xian's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly released his grip on Void Flash. There was a bloody cut on his palm and scarlet-red blood was flowing slowly from the cut. You've injured me. Emo Xian's face became ferocious. In the next moment, Emo Xian suddenly vanished on the spot and appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then he swiftly smashed a punch at Yang Yi. Moreover, his fist was covered in a layer of black scales. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 531 The Divine Gold Dragon Clan. Yang Yi's gaze turned icy cold when he saw that fist assault him. Even though he didn't want to create trouble for himself, it didn't represent that he was afraid of trouble. Emo Xian was clearly coming for his life with this attack. 8th level sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi and instantly enveloped Emo Xian. Emo Xian's punch slowed down upon being enveloped by Yang Yi's sword intent, and then shock appeared in his eyes. But right at this moment, Yang Yi's sword had stabbed his chest, pierced through his clothes, but didn't stab into Emo Xian's body. Because there was a layer of dark scales on his chest. Human! You can't break through my defenses! Emo Xian smiled ferociously. Hiss! However, Yang Yi suddenly spun Void Flash in the next moment, and then it stabbed into Emo Xian's body. Emo Xian was horrified. He hurriedly held onto Yang Yi's sword with both hands with the intention of breaking it. But how could he possibly break a Dao artifact? Yang Yi twisted Void Flash once more. H! Emo Xian shouted as his figure moved backward repeatedly because his index finger had been chopped off. Ah! Human! You're courting death! Emo Xian roared furiously but didn't dare to step forward. Yang Yi revealed an expression of disdain and said, Are all the members of the demon race such embarrassments? Emo Xian was furious, and he was just about to attack when an old man from the devil race suddenly appeared in front of him. The expressions on the faces of Emo Xian and the others behind him changed when they saw the old man. After that, all of them including Emo Xian bowed respectfully to the old man and said, Grand Elder. The old man waved his right hand. Slap! A palm print appeared on Mo Xian's face while his body was blasted over 100 m away. The expressions on the faces of all the youths from the devil race grew even more respectful. The Grand Elder of the devil race glanced at all the members of the devil race and said, "I want all of you to remember that defeat isn't terrifying because it will only end in death. But there's no one in my devil race who can't accept defeat. Remember this well, all of you can die in the territory of the human race. But don't disgrace my devil race while you're here. Well, remember Grand Elder's teachings well." All of them bowed respectfully to the old man. The old man turned around to glance at Yang Yi, and it caused Yang Yi's heart to feel cold. Because the old man was a monarch realm expert, and his strength was definitely extremely formidable and probably on par with Xiao Tianji. What a sword emperor! You've attained such accomplishments at such a young age. You aren't any weaker to the sword sex founding ancestor from all those years ago. The old man's figure flashed and vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart because the pressure the old man exerted upon him was too strong. He even wondered if the demon emperor would be in time to save him if the old man had attacked. "I'm still too weak." Yang Yi spoke with self-ridicule because he was still unable to fight back when facing the top experts of this world. "You're much stronger than before." Right at this moment, Amoka walked over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, "Aren't you the same?" Amoka asked. "What about her?" Yang Yi knew he was talking about in Nanjing, and he said, "I advise you to not challenge her because she won't give you another chance to live," Amoka said with a heavy voice. "She's already strong to the point others can only feel despair before her?" Yang Yi said. "She really is, for some people," Amoka said. "The situation in the devil race is growing worse. Even if the mortal emperor, Luo Jun, doesn't break open the barrier between the territory of our races, my devil race will do it. But we would have to pay a price. At that time, would you and her help Luo Jun if the human race and devil race enter into war? If the Sword Emperor and Martial God were to join forces with the Mortal Emperor, then not to mention the devil race, even the joint forces of the devil and demon races would probably have no chance against the three of them. No matter what, even if the human race is annihilated, I still won't help Luo Jun. In my eyes, he is my enemy. If your devil race intends to act against those I care about, then your devil race will be my enemy as well," said Yang Yi. "I understand." Amoka nodded, and then he turned around and left. Luo Jun noticed Yang Yi and Amoka's conversation from afar, and his expression was gloomy. It'll probably become very troublesome if Yang Yi joins forces with the devil race. If it were any other person, then perhaps that person wouldn't dare to collude with the devil race. But he was very clearly aware that Yang Yi was a person who was capable of anything. "Mortal Emperor, he must be eliminated!" Elder Yun spoke abruptly from Luo Jun's side. "I agree." The black-clothed figure on Luo Jun's left spoke as well. "Should I head over and kill him?" The old woman behind Luo Jun spoke abruptly in a gloomy tone. "Can you defeat the old drunkard with ease?" Elder Yun spoke abruptly. The old woman's face instantly turned gloomy, and she said, "Old bastard Yun, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that I can't kill a little child who has just stepped foot into the Exalt realm?" Elder Yun glanced at Yang Yi and didn't speak further. The old woman was slightly furious. Meanwhile, Luo Jun said, "Elder Yun isn't doubting your strength, Grand Marong. But Yang Yi really isn't someone that any Exalt realm expert can defeat with ease right now. Perhaps he might not be a match for Grand Marong, but what if he concentrates on fleeing?" The old woman fell silent. "I should have eliminated him before he advanced into the Exalt realm," Luo Jun said. "Even though he was still monstrous at that time, he could be eliminated with ease. But I never imagined that he would be able to attain the Exalt realm in such a short period of time. That was a blunder of mine. Mortal Emperor, you have the faith energy of a territory now, right?" Elder Yun spoke abruptly. Luo Jun nodded and said, "Even though it isn't very pure, it doesn't affect my usage of it. It'll be unmatched in the Exalt realm if I'm able to obtain the faith energy of another territory. Even if my opponent is Yang Yi or in Nanjing." His voice was filled with confidence. Elder Yun said, Diao Zhongfei still hasn't conquered the Eastern Territory? It should be done soon. Luo Jun said, There are a few stubborn powers in the Eastern Territory, and I've dispatched forces to deal with them. Once they're dealt with, then the Eastern Territory will belong under the territory of my exalted Han Empire as well. Right, Elder Yun, you mean that you want me to kill Yang Yi myself? Elder Yun nodded and said, If we were to kill Yang Yi, then I would just have to join forces with Shadow. We would be able to kill him with ease even if he has attained 9th level sword intent. However, that's meaningless because the world would only think that you're inferior to the Sword Emperor. That's quite disadvantageous to you. If you killed Yang Yi yourself, then your reputation would definitely arrive at an unprecedented height, and it would even be enough to deter those powers who aren't loyal to our exalted Han Empire. But what if it ends in defeat? Shadow spoke abruptly. Elder Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, but Luo Jun smiled with confidence as he said, If I'm still unable to kill someone who has just stepped foot into the Exalt realm while I possess the faith energy of 2 territories and the Mortal Emperor sword, then wouldn't I be an absolute failure as a Mortal Emperor? It would be even better if the faith energy of the exalted Han Empire was included. Meanwhile, the old drunkard who stood behind them, 4 of them, spoke abruptly. Shut your mouth! Luo Jun suddenly shouted. I'll beat you to death if you dare to utter nonsense again. The old drunkard pursed his lips. He felt quite indifferent in his heart but didn't dare voice it out. Luo Jun slowly clenched his right fist tightly. The faith energy of the exalted Han Empire. There was only a single way to obtain the faith energy of an empire, and it was to become the emperor of that empire. At this moment, the current emperor of the exalted Han Empire wasn't Luo Jun but his father. Roar! Right at this moment, a dragon roar suddenly resounded from the horizon. When they looked over to its source, they saw over a dozen enormous golden dragons flying over. Their figures were so enormous that they simply seemed as if they were about to blot out the sky, and the dragon pressure they emanated was horrifying even from over 5 kilometers away. I never expected that it would be the Divine Gold Dragon clan this time. There was a solemn expression on Luo Jun's face. It wasn't just Luo Jun, the expressions of many others in the surroundings had changed. After all, they usually only heard of the Divine Gold Dragon clan yet had never seen them. Now that they had, they noticed that the Divine Gold Dragons were numerous times more terrifying than they'd imagined. The Divine Gold Dragons seemed to be intentionally making a show of strength, so they moved about in midair before strands of seemingly material dragon pressure rained down from midair. Some Exalt Realm Profounders below them instantly slumped to the ground while being affected by the pressure, and some comparatively weaker experts even bled from all 7 apertures and perished on the spot. Regardless of whether it was the devil race or the human race, everyone had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. These Divine Gold Dragons are really too arrogant. However, for some unknown reason, both Luo Jun and Mo Xian didn't have any intention to act against the golden dragons in the sky. The dragons grew even more arrogant when both the humans and devils didn't act against them. This time, they didn't just emanate their dragon pressure, some even spewed flames. Some of the Exalt Realm experts in the surroundings didn't even have a chance to avoid the flames before they were burnt into ashes. Suddenly, a strand of flames descended towards Nanjing. She frowned as she looked up at the Divine Gold Dragon in the sky which had shot that strand of flames towards her. In the next moment, Sky Split suddenly left her grasp and transformed into a ray of golden light which shot straight towards that dragon. Sky Split didn't encounter any resistance and pierced through its head. The dragon howled with pain in midair before it crashed straight to the ground, and an enormous bang resounded while the ground trembled violently. Even though her spear had pierced through its head, it hadn't perished and was only heavily injured. Human! How dare you! The extraordinarily large dragon who led the ground roared as he gazed at Nanjing, and then endless dragon pressure rained down towards her. Nanjing gestured with her right hand, and then Sky Split flew back into her grasp. She held it in her hand as she raised her head to gaze at the dragon which was circling above her, and she said, "You're disgruntled?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. She really is too domineering. That extraordinarily huge dragon was just about to attack when his gaze suddenly descended onto Sky Split, and then his huge pupils constricted as he said, "You're the martial god!" Nanjing withdrew her gaze and paid no further attention to him. Killing intent appeared in his eyes from being disregarded by her, and he was just about to attack when he suddenly turned his head to gaze at Yang Yi. He said, "Human! I sense the aura of my divine gold dragon clan from you." Wait! You've actually killed the divine gold dragon! Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 532 Divine Dragon Armor. No! Yang Yi denied it decisively. It wasn't that he was afraid of the divine gold dragon, but he really hadn't killed one. After all, that dragon hadn't been killed by him. "I smell the blood essence of my divine gold dragon clan from you. Human, you're refined and absorbed the blood of a divine gold dragon." The extraordinarily huge dragon flicked its body in midair, causing the space around him to surge violently. "That's true." Yang Yi spoke honestly. After all, there was nothing to conceal because he was sure that with the domineering attitude that the gold dragon had, that fellow would look for trouble with him no matter what. The corners of all the spectators' lips twitched when they heard Yang Yi admit it. This fellow has really killed a dragon. And it's even the strongest divine gold dragon clan of the dragon race. Luo Jun's eyelids twitched. Even he wasn't willing to rashly offend the divine gold dragon clan, but Yang Yi hadn't just offended them, had even refined and absorbed the blood essence of their clansmen. That was like utterly offending the divine gold dragon clan. However, that was exactly what he wanted, as he felt that it couldn't be any better than to have the divine gold dragon clan targeting Yang Yi. "You're courting death!" That gold dragon suddenly sprayed a torrent of flames, and it descended like a meteor towards Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi didn't dodge it at all and just allowed the flames to envelop him. The spectators were stunned. Is Yang Yi committing suicide? In next to no time, Yang Yi walked out from amidst the flames while thin strands of flames covered him. The Nether Ghost Flame. Some discerning people instantly recognized the origins of that flame barrier. Yang Yi gestured with his right hand, and then the flames from that dragon were instantly absorbed by the Nether Ghost Flame, and then a ray of light shot out from the sword chest on his back. It instantly stabbed the golden dragon's stomach, but it wasn't able to stab through and was bounced back instead. What formidable physical defense! The spectators were filled with shock when they witnessed this scene. That was a Tao artifact. "And? You think you can harm me?" The gold dragon's voice was like a thunderclap that shook everyone to the point their eardrums hurt. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then that sword returned to his sword chest. After that, the violet cloud lightning and ninth hell cold gale shot out from within him, and then they quickly formed an enormous sword with the Nether Ghost Flame. As Yang Yi's violet profound energy surged into it, the enormous sword turned a strange violet color, and when he added 8th level sword intent into it, the energy contained within the sword simply caused the space around it to instantly collapse. The expressions of all the spectators changed when they witnessed this scene, and even in Nanjing was visibly moved. It was especially so for Luo Jun's group. At this moment, their expressions could be said to be solemn to the extreme, and that included Elder Yun and Shadow. Because even they felt extremely danger coming from the terrifying energy contained within that enormous sword. The eyes of that huge golden dragon constricted violently upon witnessing this scene. Had attained an extremely terrifying level of physical defense, but it didn't represent that his defense was invincible. There were many extraordinary weapons or heaven rank techniques which could break through his defenses. For example, the martial god's sky split or the technique that this human ant was executing. The gold dragon didn't dare underestimate Yang Yi, nor did he dare go head-on against this heaven rank technique. A thin layer of golden light enveloped his entire body before he dived down towards Yang Yi while the spectators watched in shock. The divine gold dragon's enormous body made it seem like the sky was falling, and it caused countless profounders to run madly towards the surroundings. A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he said, I haven't killed a gold dragon yet. I wonder how it feels. We'll give it a try today. As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous sword of elements shot into the sky. When compared to the enormous dragon's figure, Yang Ye's huge sword seemed to be quite insignificant. However, the energy contained within it made it so that no one dared to underestimate its might. Because as it tore through space, the space it passed was torn apart, inch by inch. Moreover, the sword intent contained within it didn't just cause space to be unable to repair itself, the rip in space was even growing in size. The spectators watched with astonishment as the enormous dragon and huge sword collided forcefully with each other, and then a short moment of silence appeared before deafening rumbling that sounded like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens resounded. After that, everyone saw the gold dragon being enveloped by an ocean of flames. At the same time, there were countless arcs of electricity ceaselessly striking the gold dragon from within the ocean of flames. The 9th hell-cold gale wasn't being idle as well, and it formed numerous fine tornadoes that cut the gold dragon incessantly like blades made of wind. Roar! The enormous dragon's roar resounded in the sky, and it carried a trace of pain. Yang Yi withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone and placed it in his pocket while he held Void Flash tightly in his right hand. Moreover, his gaze was boundlessly solemn. The gold dragon had underestimated him, and had similarly underestimated the gold dragon. Based on its body that was wriggling incessantly in midair, perhaps the sword of elements had injured the gold dragon, but it hadn't caused any lethal harm to the gold dragon. This dragon's physical defense was the strongest had ever encountered in the Exalt realm. Bang! Right at this moment, the gold dragon suddenly charged out from within the encirclement of the 3 natural treasures. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then the violet cloud lightning flashed and transformed into an enormous violet-colored pillar of lightning that was over 100 m long, and it suddenly blasted against the divine gold dragon. At the same time, the nether ghost flame transformed into a ball of flames that struck forcefully against the dragon as well. Besides them, the 9th hell-cold gale returned to Yang Ye's back and transformed into the 9th hell sword wings. Bang! Bang! The collision with the 2 natural treasures blasted the enormous dragon out of the sky, and it fell into the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! The nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning flew back to Yang Yi. That divine gold dragon lost just like that? All the spectators were dumbstruck. And Nanjing frowned slightly while her gaze stared fixedly at the enormous hole in the ground. The sword chest on Yang Ye's back trembled slightly, and it seemed like the swords within it were about to charge out. Bang! Right at this moment, the enormous gold dragon suddenly charged out from beneath the ground. The spectators who paid attention to detail immediately noticed that the dragon was much larger than before, and there was a layer of golden scales which seemed like armor covering its entire body and claws. Divine dragon armor! Someone exclaimed with surprise. According to legend, the divine gold dragon clan's members were able to comprehend innate abilities upon their birth, and the most terrifying amongst those abilities was the divine dragon armor. Because the divine dragon armor could instantly improve their defenses by 5 times. The divine gold dragon clan's physical defenses were already considered the most terrifying amongst the devil race, human race, and demon race. So, it was obvious how abnormal it would be once it was multiplied by 5 times. It could be said that once this divine gold dragon had activated the divine dragon armor, then his defenses could at least endure 2 full-force attacks from a monarch realm expert. Of course, the divine dragon armor wasn't without its limitations. It could only be used once every 30 years, at least. And Nanjing was obviously aware of divine dragon armor, so her expression had become solemn, while her energy started to slowly circulate within Skysplit. It transformed? Yang Yi wasn't aware of the divine dragon armor, but he knew that this colossus hadn't just survived his sword of elements, it had become even stronger than before. Now, not to mention the 3 natural treasures, even a Tao artifact enhanced by 3 natural treasures would probably be unable to break through this fellow's defenses. Should I try the Heavenren drawing technique? Or the sword domain? Yang Yi shook his head. He wasn't willing to use those two techniques unless he had no other choice. Since he couldn't use them, then he could only utilize the ruined sword formation. Human! Very good! Very good indeed! You've succeeded at infuriating me. You really have! It'll tear you apart! The enormous divine gold dragon raised his right claw and clawed at Yang Yi from afar. In an instant, an enormous claw that was over 300 m in size had suddenly appeared, and then it smashed down forcefully towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that enormous claw descend towards him. He swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground and instantly transformed into a ray of dazzling light that shot into the sky, and he stabbed the enormous claw with Void Flash. Clang! Yang Yi's arms trembled violently when Void Flash stabbed the claw, and his sword was almost blasted out of his grip. Yang Yi's expression changed a little. Right at this moment, the enormous claw suddenly pressed down towards him and an enormous force assaulted him. Yang Yi's expression changed once more as he knew that had underestimated the gold dragon's defenses and strength after it transformed itself. He didn't dare go head-on against it anymore, so the 9th hell sword wings behind his body flapped and transformed him into a black shadow that appeared 300 m away. Human, weren't you very strong? Stop running away! The gold dragon roared madly, but there was no complacency in its voice. Conversely, there was only boundless resentment and rage. After all, the divine dragon armor was something that could only be utilized once in 30 years, and it was something to be used in the critical moment to save his own life. Yet now, had been forced to use it by this human ant. That was absolutely an extraordinary humiliation to a proud divine gold dragon. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 200 swords shot out from within him, and then he commanded them to transform into rays of light that shot violently at the dragon. At the same time, the 4 Tao artifacts in the sword chest shot into the sky as well, and they surged towards the divine gold dragon. Yang Yi believed that this transformation definitely had a time limit, and it would be time for that divine gold dragon to die once the transformation was over. So, he intended to delay for now. Actually, he had no other choice. Perhaps he could break through the gold dragon's defenses if he utilized the Heaven Ren drawing technique, or the sword domain. But he would be exposing his trump cards before Luo Jun's gaze if he did that, and that was a very stupid move. Human! You're trying to rely on these pieces of trash to hurt me? The gold dragon slapped his claw forward, and then countless swords were instantly blasted flying, but they immediately transformed into rays of light and shot towards him once again. He's trying to buy time. Right at this moment, the old drunkard by Luo Jun's side spoke abruptly. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Luo Jun, and the latter revealed a cold smile. How despicable! That was what all the spectators thought about the old drunkard. Most of them had almost been killed by the dragon pressure emanated by those divine gold dragons, so they naturally didn't have a good impression of the dragons. Now that they saw Yang Yi was capable of posing a threat to the divine gold dragons, they naturally hoped that Yang Yi would win the battle. But they hadn't imagined that the old drunkard would be shameless to such an extent and expose Yang Yi's strategy. Only the gazes of a few descended onto Luo Jun, because all of them were very clearly aware that it was most probably Luo Jun who ordered the old drunkard to do that. Of course, they didn't dare voice out their suspicions. The divine gold dragon's pupils constricted when he heard the old drunkard. He didn't dare continue playing cat and mouse with Yang Yi. He immediately blew forward, and then a strand of dragon pressure surged out from his mouth and blew all of Yang Yi's sword away. The divine gold dragon didn't give those swords another opportunity to attack him, and his figure shot over and transformed into a ray of golden light that smashed down towards Yang Yi. This time, the divine gold dragon's speed was at least 2 times swifter than before. Yang Yi was caught off guard by this, and he was directly struck by it. The spectators watched with astonishment as both man and dragon shot deep into the ground. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.